Welcome back, guys. Morning. Ooh. Great start. I touch my mic too often. Ugh. Happy Monday. I'm still waking up a bit. I was a little bit late coming into work. What we're doing is on the screen. We're starting work on the hacking minigame, doing the designing of it first. I think this will take quite a long time, actually. It should be pretty involved. And it will require us to implement our command line interface. So yeah, it could be pretty long. This is a very core central aspect of the game, and I want to make sure that we do it right and that it is pretty expandable and modular in that way. So let's at least just start today with the basics of what we want it to feel like, how we want it to play, and then we can figure out how we want to inject this into the game and figure out how we design it, like, you know, in the widgets and in Unreal as a whole. So one of the tough aspects of being a smaller dev team is sometimes you have to design it and implement it all at the same time. There's something kind of nice about just designing a system and handing it off to the programming team and letting them deal with some of the complexities. But we can't do that anymore. I want to pull up PRF too. I don't think we're going to get an engine today, but we'll see. Hey, Div Union, what is your game about? Type exclamation point game, and you can see a nice little summary. Although that is a working summary, so we might still need to do some updates to it. And I just woke up, so give me like 30 minutes for the caffeine to kick in. So I'm thinking, if you guys are familiar with Papers, Please, this is a really weird reference to use for the hacking minigame. But I want to use it. Let me pull in some screenshots here. They're all kind of low-res screenshots. Oh, there's a better one. That's a bit bigger. Ooh. Sorry, I was up late last night, so I'm still configuring my brain. But I talked to Cuthbert a lot last night. We played some games together, and we're going over some of the design and goals. And I think we came up to some good conclusions. There's a bigger one. Well, it says it's bigger. It doesn't particularly look better quality, though. Beautiful. So the reason I want to use this as a reference for how our hacking minigame should work is exactly how this game works on its surface. How its gameplay loop of finding vulnerabilities in what you expect to be proper. And that's very similar to hacking, right? As you analyze, you observe, and you find the vulnerabilities, the things that are sticking out, the things that aren't the way that they should be, unpatched software, open ports, things of that nature. And I think that that's exactly how we would want to approach a hacking minigame, is that you don't just have one method. You don't just have you jump into the device, you hack, and the minigame is the same every time, but rather the minigame, or how you exploit the vulnerabilities, is dependent on the vulnerabilities. Is it as simple as you found a password to somebody's computer and you can just enter the password? Is it something as in there's no system lockout on passwords, so you can run a brute force application on it? Do you find an empty port and play a little minigame to enter through that and get access to the system that way? And I think that we need to find all the different methods of entry into that system that we can, and then design little mini games around each of those that take place within the command line interface that we want to add. And so I think Papers, Please is a very weird reference on its surface, but if you think about the design of the game, it is a very good reference. And it's one of the tough things about like talking about references to non-designers, is what I've found out in like the last 10 years of being a designer, is that if I show this to a designer and I explain how it's a reference, they get it. Bam. If I show this to anyone else, oh, Papers, Please is a reference to our hacking minigame, their minds will just wander to the visuals, to the methods of input, and not to the core gameplay loop of the game itself. So we're going to write that here, don't worry. Papers, Please. Should I separate why it's a reference? The core gameplay of Papers, Please. Should we like italicize this? Revolves around you finding vulnerabilities in what's supposed to be spotless and perfect documentation. I was thinking of like a different word that might be useful there. Similarly, hacking is about locating and exploiting vulnerabilities in the hardware of what is supposed to be very secure. As opposed to Papers, Please, where you operate as the security in System Break, you would operate as the agent, trying to infiltrate and sneak by security. And I think in that way it makes quite a bit of sense. Okay, let's think about the different vulnerabilities. And we'll copy and paste it all in there when we're done. I had some initial ideas that I wrote down on my phone this morning. You know how in Papers, Please, do I own Papers, Please on Steam? I might have played it through a different library back in the day. Because it'd be really nice to load up right now. There is SQL injection. We have to gamify it though. And I don't know, I don't yet know, because I've only spent about an hour thinking about it, how we would gamify SQL injection. But I have, if we think of that's a cool way, and I think that's a cool way, let's figure out how we want to gamify that. Do I own Papers, Please? I do not own Papers, Please, unfortunately. That is fine. But in Papers, Please, you have that book that you can pull up. Where is it? Papers, Please guide. Oh, do they have like actually, do they have an online version of it? That would be huge. This isn't everything though. That helps a little bit. Which vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, XSS buffer overflow, CSRF, or directory traverse? You know a lot of these things, so you might be able to help plan and implement in the hacking minigame. What motivated you to make this game? Do you have a background in IT? My colleague does. He has worked in cybersecurity before, and this is his game idea that we're working on. So he's the vision holder, and I'm just helping to design it with him. So we're gonna have to run everything that we make here today by him, but I'm hoping, because he kind of thinks in a way that is very realistic, and I have to take those ideas and gamify it a bit so that we have an actual method of delivering all this content to the user in a digestible way. I can't find a full guide version for like the whole book. Either way, this book is great, and I think that this should exist in our game too in some form, where if you're scanning for vulnerable versions of software, you can locate, okay, I can see that this software running the CCTV camera is vulnerable, and I can exploit this and this and this for it in a very simple way. And these are maybe ways that are going to not raise as much suspicion because they're vulnerabilities, right? They're not expected to be there. As opposed to something like a brute force, password hacking, which might raise suspicion or might turn on like a computer screen. The backdoor methods, I think, with the vulnerabilities are a lot less suspicious, but you do have to take time to observe and find them. Let's just write these down. Let's write down scanning software versions for vulnerable versions and cross-referencing that with some sort of in-game book to find weak points. We're gonna figure out what that means. What else did I write down this morning? Oh yeah, brute forcing passwords. Not all software allows for brute forcing. Let's just say like most / many have lockouts that occur after too many attempts. So it's better to locate in world those passwords if possible. I don't know how possible it would be to make this one, but phishing. Spoof emails to see if people click on them so you can steal their login info or other info. I wrote down one. I don't really like that one though. Ports. Yeah, ports would be a good one. Scanning open ports. How would we gamify that though? Like, of course you could scan for the port, see if it's open, but how would you manipulate that? I don't know. I'd have to think about that one more. Kind of a bad idea too. I don't know, I wrote down like just some random shit, but I'm not really a fan of some of this stuff. I mean, I could think of some specific hacking things for different devices, but it would have to be a little bit more universal. We'd have to make these a bit more universal. And I think that in some cases, real hacking is kind of boring to watch. It's not easy to gamify that, which is why most hacking minigames are very simple. And I'd like to find a middle ground between something logical and believable without going so far in that it's just, I don't know, pressing a couple buttons or something, or just waiting indefinitely, you know, like brute forcing passwords is, it's kind of boring on its surface. This is going to be a tough thing to design. I know one of the things that I would like to have happen is for the player to run into security in the system, and for us to make a little mini game where you're actively pushing back against the system in some way, right? So it is the gamified hacker thing where you see them on like movies just typing fast, and it definitely is not close to reality, but it does look cool. And I think that if you ask yourself what is the user doing in that case, the user is working under time pressure, having to accurately and quickly type things in order to meet their end, which is to hack the device. And I think that that on the surface for a game is fantastic, where you're trying to find those exploits, those vulnerabilities on your own time, but once the security catches on to you doing that, then you're in that mini game of having to race against the clock, right? You know what a good example of that is? the BioShock 1 hacking minigame. Where you're swapping these, and you don't really see a timer yet. The timer occurs when the fluid starts to come through the tubes. I don't think it's going to do it in this clip. Let me find one where it is. Yeah, see, and that's the time pressure. And I think that that works very well. The problem with all mini games, and something that we will have to keep in mind, is that if you expect the player to have to do the mini game too many times in a row, or it's just too involved to engage in, then it will become tedious, it will become grindy, it will become annoying. Like the hacking minigame in BioShock was not unenjoyable, but it was expected to be played, I think in some cases too many times in a row, that, you know, your last 10 minutes of gameplay was primarily hacking. And I think that at that point it just becomes too central. Talking to Kotspur last night, we wanted to make sure that the player was primarily focused on being inside of the devices themselves, rather than having to hack the game. We don't want it to be like hacknet. We just wanted to have some of those features of engaging with the command line. But for the player to actively be inside devices, that is your primary mode of sensing, of engaging with the world, of observing, of gathering information, of actually committing the assassinations. And the command line should just be something that you pull up on top of that. Let's write those down. How much time would we expect that to take? Two to 3 minutes average. Even that might be a bit too long. I think about 2 minutes is a good goal. Some devices should be easier, some should be harder. Players shouldn't have to hack more than about a dozen times per level. Shit, I should have asked Kotspur how long he expects levels to take. How long does like a level in Hitman take? Out of curiosity. I mean, if you don't know what you're doing, or maybe just like an average run. $30 to 1.5 hours. Yeah, that's a good goal. It's a good design goal. Exploratory run of a map can be done in 30 minutes to an hour. Focusing on core missions takes around 25 hours. Oh, that's all of them. On average, how long does a mission take you? 35 to 60. Hmm. Two hours in Paris. Sapienza, 90 minutes, 40 to 60 minutes for the rest. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good goal. About 2 minutes average for hacking. We want to break it up, of course, right? Because I think that from start to completion, at 0 minutes, and let's say 90 minutes for completion of the map. Beautiful writing there. I think that we have multiple phases. I think you have a good third of it, let's say, being the observation phase. Where you're not really hacking into anything, or at the very least you're just checking vulnerabilities, you're seeing where you can go, what the layout of the level looks like. Locating your target or targets. Very loud music. Good music though. So yeah, you're observing things, and then I think you can start to do the manipulation in the second half. Or like setup and manipulation. Beautiful. And then over here you have the payoff and kills, right? Kills and escape. Beautiful. You can barely read it. And I think most of the hacking would then take place in like this phase. And very little of it here and here. So because of that, if we expect hacks to take about 2 minutes average, and maybe you have to do about a dozen times per level, you're looking at, let's say 20 to 30 minutes of hacking per level, which is about 1/3 of the gameplay. Arguably, that's too much. Granted, I could be underestimating this. It is not impossible that levels might take 2 to 3 hours, but that depends on the level, right? And I think that we need to space out the hacks a bit more so that you're not just trying to set everything up and you're just back-to-back hacking. That wouldn't be very fun in my opinion. So we'll need to keep an eye on the gameplay loop for hacking and when the player is expected to complete all of that. So right now this is a bit of a yellow flag to me. But it can be balanced with the complexities of the hacking minigames themselves. Device/network security should try to push back against the player if they raise too much suspicion on the network. So what we could say is maybe doing certain scans, attempting password, like every little minigame has a way to increase the suspicion of the device's security. Unless you openly exploit a vulnerability, in which case that is one of the few ways in which actions would completely bypass the security entirely. How would we call that? Maybe not suspicion. Maybe there's a different way we can phrase this. Because suspicion we want to have in like people. Hey, Lieutenant Conker, how you doing? Happy Monday. Suspicion. Your presence is becoming aware. Ghost Lupo, thank you for the follow. Happy Monday. Hope you guys are having a good start of your week. Oh, that was a loud one. Hey, Dremox. How you guys doing today? I'm going to thesaurus. I need some other words for this. I need something to open up my mind. Suspicion. Brace. Sussy baka. I can't think of a good word for this apart from suspicion. Like, let's say that you're trying to hack into a device, you are trying to backdoor the login, and you're just guessing passwords. What kind of like gamified meter would increase as you do this? Like, let's pretend that you're a sussy meter. That's what you want. That's your super in-world immersive term for it. Like alertness, like the, how alert the security of the device is. Whatever we call it, we know that we want like a meter. That as you hack and as you do things that are not very subtle, this raises that meter. And for now, we'll just call it a like security suspicion or alertness meter, whatever. We can rename it later, but as long as we just are consistent about what we call it for now, we're okay. As the player enters commands, can you guys think of like some examples of other games that have done something like this? I feel like one's on the tip of my brain, but I can't place it. Kind of Fallout? What sort of game are you making? Type in !game into chat. and you can get a little summary of what we're working on. We just started though. We're only 6 days in, so we have the bare bones of being able to switch between different devices. So we got that set up. I know it looks simple, but there's like a lot in the back end that needed to be set up for that so that we could make devices modular. And that was kind of a pain in the ass. Same with the inputs. There may or may not be a 10-hour stream on YouTube of me spending 3 hours working out the math of something. As the player enters commands, this raises a suspicion meter. Once full, the network/device will push the player out and alert security. Actions will raise this by certain amounts, and some might even lower it. Exploiting vulnerabilities may reduce the amount that this gets raised by, or nullify it entirely. I don't think all devices should have vulnerabilities though, but I think that we should classify, when hacking, vulnerabilities as an element. And maybe the classification of easier to harder things to hack increases or decreases the amount of vulnerabilities that the device has. And maybe this rating is hidden unless the device is scanned, which we have set up in the other. Where is it? We have like the query, and that's supposed to list the security level. Hey, August. By the way, because you guys have typed in wondering what game we're working on, this is the game. You know, one of the quality of life things I think would be to query all. List all known information well as security level of every connected device. You're reevaluating all your projects and trying to decide if I should reattempt some of these? What do you mean?
I'm gonna come.
How you doing, Rex? The thing is that there has to be some, I don't know, there should be something to doing this why you wouldn't just query all instead of querying specific. Maybe querying specific is just nice if you want to obtain only that. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about query all. Your dog is waking you up? My cat's pretty good about not waking me up at horrible times. She sleeps with us pretty well throughout the whole morning. Usually on our pillows. She doesn't really like sleeping on the bed, but she likes sleeping on the pillows. This level's hidden unless the device is queried. Lower levels will have more vulnerabilities, while higher levels will have fewer. Vulnerabilities are aspects of that device's software that are device's software's security that are either broken, allowing for easy exploitation, and or will raise very little suspicion when an attempt is made to break through that vulnerability. You paused the new project because I was missing some systems and had to make a bunch of content, but after a year prototyping the Pokemon game, I realized that I built those missing systems and was wondering if brute forcing the content would cost less than trying to finish all the mods, multiplayer server shenanigans needed for the Pokemon game. You gotta finish something. And then you have to go through the hard part of getting all that shit tested and localized, certifications. I recently requested a Steam Deck from Valve. Hope they'll get back to me sometime soon about that. That'll be nice if they send me a free Steam Deck so we can test our games on that. Broke bitch. Well, dude, I feel you on that one. I really feel you on that one. Security suspicion. Will automatically. There is a meter that will automatically raise alarms if filled. Not too sure how to feel about that. Increased by attempting hacks of any kind. It is lowered. Thanks to Union for the follow. From what you said earlier, it sounds like you are in some cybersecurity stuff. Your advice and feedback would be greatly appreciated. How could we lower it? Or finding a way to reset device in some way. Which may not always be possible, right? Because if you can't hack into it, you may not be able to remotely turn it off or on, but you could, you know, maybe there's a way that you could exploit the power system. But that, of course, is going to raise suspicion of the people in that area, right? If they just see the power turn off. So that is also going to be a potential problem. But I think we need to visualize hacking as just putting out feelers and probes and finding those weaknesses and that device that you really need to get into and saying, okay, I found a way to get into it. Here's a vulnerability. Let's exploit it. Now we have this CCTV. Let's observe from this point of view and see what we can find. Oh, there's a classic sticky note of somebody's password on their computer. Let me try to hack into the computer. Let's obtain some information. Let's spoof an email. Let's see who's on their contact list. Look through the employee directory or something. And I think that that kind of gameplay, that clue gathering, is something good to put in between the hacks. I don't think that you should be doing back-to-back hacking. That I think that could get really boring and really frustrating if you do it too much back-to-back. That wouldn't be very fun for the gameplay loop. Better. Sometimes my mic boom gets a little bit squeaky. Backdoor hacking. Yeah, I don't know how that should work. I like the sound of this so far on the surface, but this is just very high level. We're gonna have to, like, you know, start prototyping and just seeing how it feels. So today I just kind of want to get the high level of the design figured out for the hacking and the direction that we want to move in, and then we can start to implement this and test it out. Software vulnerabilities. I wonder if we should hard code some of this or forcefully design it, right? So that if you know that's the CCTV camera, you know, CCTV software 1.62 has no login attempt barring. You know, this is a vulnerability that will always be there for CCTV camera software 1.62. But CCTV camera software 1.64 fixes this. But it has another vulnerability of, I don't know, you can inject something into it and do a little mini game from that, right? So it has, you know, some injection vulnerability or an open port without enough security. Lockpicking minigame? That's not gonna be lockpicking minigame. In fact, we want multiple minigames. One minigame, multiple sub-minigames. I don't know how to describe that. And that depends on the vulnerability that you're trying to exploit in that moment. But I think that designing this and making it consistent between runs rewards players for their memory of it. And I think it makes you feel like more of a hacker too if you start to remember, oh, this software 1.62, I know that I can do a login. I can just brute force the password. Okay, run this program, blah 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 blah. You're good. Skyrim style lockpicking, yeah. Let me go hack into a camera and then it's just the lockpicking minigame. Gray hack? I don't fucking know what that. I don't like to look at other games in a lot of cases for it. I think looking at other games and trying to compare it is kind of useless. With player characters, it's more like Hitman. This is just one small aspect of the game, but it's using our command line interface that will have a lot more capabilities. Attempt to connect remotely. I think we also need to be prompted for a hack trying to control. Fake desktop and do all the PowerShell stuff? I don't know, it's not going to be as texty as that. Unless I'm making a copy of another game, our game is something unique. That should always be the assumption. So before you can run any of these parameters, you have to hack in if it has security. Some things might have security, some things might not. You're using, well, everything uses, there's a lot of things that use commands. GTFO has commands. But nobody calls that a hacking minigame. I don't like to do comparisons. They don't usually mean anything. Levels for access, levels hidden. Levels, security levels, vulnerabilities, suspicion are three things. A drop down for the player, or do you expect them to memorize everything? You can always just query the commands that they have. I mean, if I force feed you all of the assistance for the game, what are you actually learning? How are you becoming a better hacker if everything is just given to you? You know me, I don't like to treat players like retards. And I don't like players being expected to be treated like retards. How gaming versus realistic are you going for? Like, will you config stuff via text files and CLI, or just controlling it live? A little bit of both. There are some things that you can run remotely. So you can hack and you can run commands on the device remotely, or you can actually control that device directly and have access to it like you would a normal pawn. Newsflash, they barely read the main menu. I agree, and that's the fault of designers. It's the fault of them having playtesters in for 1 hour, those playtesters running into problems, and then they fix those problems. Not thinking, maybe the new player that we just brought in who doesn't know anything about our game had a problem figuring out how to play the game because they felt stressed to play it in front of us for an hour and try to figure out how to play the game. Yeah, let's add yellow paint. That'll help. Treat them like John Carmack. It's not going to be that involved. I have trouble thinking how typing in simple commands like help, query, microphone on or off, screenshot is going to be difficult for the player to understand. Sorry that you'll have to learn some things if you play games. Now press X to jump 3 times so that I know that you understand how to press X. Move the left stick forward and back so that I know how you move, so that I know that you know how to move forward and backwards. They will get syntax wrong. Good. Fuck them. You get syntax wrong. Fuck you. You entered it wrong. That's right. That's for you. Fail. Bad player. Hey, Chillimp. This wasn't for you. You wouldn't get syntax wrong, would you, Chillimp, if you're entering commands? Sorry, I know it's a bit of a hot take for, you guys are expecting these quadruple A Ubisoft titles where you do have to move the left stick forward in order to learn how to move forward. Autocorrect? No, not giving the autocorrect. Nope. Nope. Here's what happens. ipconfig is not recognized as an internal or external command. Oh. Boo-hoo. Type it right. Bitch. There's a fallen tree, press space to jump, yeah. Press control to crouch under the log. I'm so fucking tired of things like that. Randomly make some of the commands have capitalized letters. I don't think we'll... That's actually a good thing to mention. I don't think that we'll have case sensitive. Which we probably should put somewhere. Press power button to progress. Hold it for 10 seconds to inflict damage. You know what'd be really funny? Is if we absolutely convinced players in some game that you can press the power button on your computer to like do some special attack, and you have to hold it down for 10 seconds to charge. And it literally just says on screen, hold the power button on your computer down for 10 seconds to charge your ultimate attack. Come on, that would be really fucking funny, and I think something that no game has ever done before. And your computer just turns off. Yeah, fuck you. Do it. That would be wild. We just make a game that you can't trust anything that it says on screen, because it's just giving you like the worst tips ever. Press Alt and F4 to jump. But yeah, just put malware and actually fuck people's computers. I don't think Steam would allow that. You know, Steam might not even allow a game where we told people to turn the, you know, hold their power button for 10 seconds. Anytime someone suggests a way to mess with players, they just remember the Project Zomboid tutorial. What do they do in Project Zomboid? Hit Alt F4 to open door. It'd be pretty funny. Control W for the secret W emote on Twitch. It'd be pretty funny if you could run Bitcoin miners on that would be actually, that would be pretty funny in our game, is if you could install Bitcoin miners, like cryptocurrency miners, on the computers in each level. And the more that you install it on, at the end of the level you get... Oh fuck, that would actually be really fucking funny. Can install crypto miners on phones, computers, and at the end of the level you get some currency to spend on new upgrades, perks, software. So like that's one of the ways you progress, is by obtaining the cryptocurrency. And you can do that by hacking into as many devices that can run it as possible and installing it on there. Fuck, I love that idea. Idea bandit. That's right, bitch. The end, it says, now press Q to use antidote, and Q makes you yell, I am here and the zombies swarm you. I don't remember that. I don't think, maybe I never got to the end of the tutorial. That's really, really funny. I love that. Incorporate some social engineering too, like tricking Stacy from HR. So I do want to add a way to like spoof emails or utilize information that you've gained. So if you realize that, you know, Stacy from HR is cheating with Tom from IT, you could, you know, like print out, you could hack into the printer and print out a document saying this, and it would cause, you know, like these people to get together and start like yelling. So as a way to distract and maneuver people around the level. But this is all, you know, scope here, now scope up here. But I like this. This is funny. I'm gonna send this to Gutsper. See what he thinks about it. Oh, I have messages on Discord. I didn't even notice that. Hey Team Vash, tell me about your minigame. Our minigame will involve hacking into devices and exploiting vulnerabilities, and we've just started designing it. And we would like there to be multiple different ways to break into devices, and you have to find the one that raises the least amount of suspicion while getting you into the device. And each of those little ways of hacking into it will have different minigames for them. And we're just trying to figure out how it should feel, how it should work, some of the terminology we want to use here. So different devices with different security levels. Depending on security levels, you might have more or fewer vulnerabilities. And attempting certain hacks will raise suspicion by different amounts. Gonna share a video about it? Go for it. Take all these ideas and build our own game. Man, if only ideas were all you needed to build a game. But if you want to see more about our game too, if you're new to the chat, you can type in !game to see what System Break is all about. We are only 6 days into development, so we don't have as much as you might expect from somebody with 60 or 600 days of development. I like this. Is this idea inspired by any other games? I think all games are inspired by other games, and ours is definitely inspired by Hitman. Why would an AI need to type commands so that the game occurs, August? Otherwise, what's the point in having a game? Should brute forcing passwords just be a... I don't think it should just be a progress bar. There should be some element of input required and a way to push it forward. What was the name of the game was inspired by? Hitman. This series. Jesus, every time I see her thighs. They really designed that, didn't they? Thinking simple minigames like Among Us? No. No, Among Us is very casual. Did you make it anti-pirate and the pirated version just shows an "Are you a robot" caption? It just fails all the time. I don't mind messing with pirates in like a fun way, but I definitely don't want to fuck with people who pirate the game in like negative ways. Or are you building networks to feel like you're a human hacker instead of an AI, so that the game occurs? That's why. You're not against your game getting pirated? No, I don't care. If you don't have the money to buy my game, then you're not a lost sale. Like, I'm not gonna squeeze you out of your money because you just want to play my game. I don't care if people pirate the games. Here's the reality about piracy. Survey of 50,000 gamers. Most people don't currently pirate, but a good section of them do. The reasons why people pirate are very simple. In most cases, as you can see here, purple is to demo the game. Do you know how you fix that? You make a game demo. The second most common reason is because people can't afford or the game is too expensive, in which case they could never buy your game in the first place. So they're not a lost sale. And if you can't afford to buy the game, I would rather that you pirate it and that you enjoy it and that you tell people that you enjoy it, and maybe somewhere down the line when the game is on sale or when the game is available for, you know, much cheaper, or we make a sequel, you have more money and your life is in a better condition, then you can buy the game or you can support us in some way. I don't care. What was your thought process behind scoping this game to avoid the problems of the previous project? The scope of Golden Chronicles was not the problem. Make your own pirate version of the game and sell at a lower price, yeah. Shouldn't be a simple progress bar. But rather have multiple points of required input to steer the progress in the right direction. I'm thinking somewhere where you get some info on some of the letters or some of the small bits. I don't know. What can we think here? I think maybe you get given some letters and you have to unscramble the letters to spell a word. And if you do it correctly, the progress bar moves forward. Otherwise, for every failed attempt to unscramble the letter, the suspicion meter gets raised. So this way you're like helping the brute forcing along by unscrambling some of the words that are used in the password. Which I know it doesn't make sense if you have like a randomly generated password that is alphanumeric with symbols, but again, we need a way to gamify this, otherwise it is a progress bar. And eventually put the previous project into hibernation. Was your thought process to avoid getting into the same situation for this project? Not try to build a team of 30 people. That's it. That was the reason. Like, it wasn't a scope issue with Golden Chronicles. It was an issue that publishers didn't want to give the money to a team that didn't already have people on board. But I can't get people on board without, in most cases, having money. And I do agree that the original idea of scaling up from, 2 to 3 people to 15 is much more realistic than scaling from 2 to 3 people up to 30. Especially in Poland, where finding really competent art directors, producers, and designers is very difficult and takes a lot of time. I had 3 games that were so good I bought them after demoing them pirated, like Space Engineers or Mold Scrum. I pirate to demo games too. And then I buy them. And you'll see that too in that same survey, by the way. Something that a lot of other developers have criticized is that... Oops, hold on, where is it? Most gamers can be converted to purchasers. Nearly 50% of people have, more than 50% of the time, purchased a PC game after pirating it. So the worst thing you can do as a developer is shit on people for pirating your game, because in most cases they either want to try it or they can't afford to buy it anyway. So if they can't afford to buy it, you're not going to convert them over to a purchaser unless you lower the price or make the game free. Simple as that. Which might be worth doing, by the way. And for people who demo the game, convert them over just by making a good demo of the game and putting it out for free so that they don't have to feel the need to pirate it. And most people can be converted. How does this project solve that? By being smaller. It's as simple as that. Like, we want to be we want to be independent. I don't want to go to publishers anymore. They're fucking retarded. Publishers are dumb. They don't give good advice. They will find 5 million reasons under the sun to not give you money, and it's not the same as it was before COVID. They see way more games and they have way less money and are way less risk averse than they used to be. Yeah, publishers dumb. It's a game dev simulator game. I'm not sure about the game. You basically manage a company making a game and selling it. Do you know the game? Yes, and I know that there was one that if you pirate the game, it like fails you. I think that's really stupid. I get that it's trying to be like all meta and special, but there's no company going under because people are pirating their game. Sounds like a scope issue? No, it's not a scope issue. It's not. At each stopping point. Size of the game isn't part of scope. Yeah, but the size of the game wasn't the problem. Well, about that is people started posting about that and making speedruns, as in how much money can I make before the block. I literally turned this into a feature into the most liked thing in the game. Well, if I make a version, I've talked about this before. If we can maintain complete independence, and it isn't going to cause legal problems with the plugins we use or whatever, I'll just host our own games for pirating. Because people are going to do it anyway. I'm not going to have any DRM. And I'd rather people get a version of the game that for sure will not cause any problems, will not have any, viruses or whatever, a malware on it. Just download the game, play it, you like it. If you can afford it, please consider purchasing it. If you can't afford it, I hope you enjoy it. Simple as that. Each failed attempt. Yeah, I mentioned it both on our Discord and in our video, August, but the reason that Golden Chronicles... and by the way, we didn't speak to that many publishers, but the reason is that the publishers who had the money for the game didn't have a problem with the amount. It was certainly quite a lot for a newer team, but it was... They liked the budget, they liked the milestone plan, everything looked golden to them. But the problem is that we don't have people already on board, and I agree with this being a problem. This would still be a problem even if the game was smaller in scope, because we would still have to hire the people that are core to the team. And I'm thinking, okay, well, the original plan to scale up from 2 to 3 to 15 is very doable, not in a huge amount of time, but I also don't want to have to sell off parts of the company. I don't want to have to go to private investors or get a loan, because that's just too much risk to take on at the moment. So rather than go that route, get those people on board, and then make a Hail Mary attempt to pitch Golden Chronicles, I'd rather just stay independent and maintain complete financial and creative control over the company in order to build what we want. So I'm happy that we tried it, and I'm happy that we impressed these publishers, especially some of the bigger ones, but ultimately I think I'm going to take it in a different direction after how risk-averse they were. I can't really I can't afford to be independent, but I can. It just depends. We're not actually going to scale up to 30 people. Instead, I'd rather try to get to vertical slice with just the 3 people that we have on board right now for this game. This game is very data-driven, very systems-driven. It isn't very art-heavy compared to Golden Chronicles, where we wanted to scale up the team. That was the entire plan, was to make some money, scale up the team, then build up a studio from there. I'd rather just go back to the original plan of the company, which is make vertical slices with the people that we have. And the good thing is, making Golden Chronicles got us in contact with those individuals, and then now we can do this plan for it. So it wasn't a problem with the game's scope, it was a problem with the lack of existing team for Golden Chronicles, which could only be solved by money, and I don't want to have to go into debt in order to look for an art director for, 6 months, right? When publishers are expecting me to find one within 1 month. That's just the sad reality of game dev in Poland. It's finding competent people in certain vocations is nearly impossible, especially designers. They don't pay you much, and then they wonder why they can't find a competent designer in half a year. Gee, I wonder why. Okay, brute forcing passwords feels pretty good there. Scanning software versions for vulnerable versions. But scanning should be... I want more. I want more to this. Like, the brute forcing passwords I think sounds pretty fun. You're basically playing you know, an unscramble game, which I think is, it's easy, it's logical, it works, it's simple. That's great. What other simple types of games could we do for this? Something with observation would be good, where what if you had like a whole bunch of, let me grab something here. Let me, oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What if you just get given like a whole bunch of hex code or something, right? And you have to find something within that. So we have one that's about unscrambling words. We can have one that's about observing random hex code for certain patterns. That would be very easy to do. My music isn't playing again. Okay. Thank you, Spotify. I think Spotify just crashed. Oh, wonderful. Appreciate that. That's what I pay you for. There we go. That could be for like ports though. Yeah, I don't know how that would look for ports. I mean, you could scan for open ports and then find the port that is vulnerable. Maybe there's a trade-off. Maybe that there are multiple open ports, but they have different levels of security or something. Hypnotic Games. Thank you so much for the raid, guys.
Hypnotic podkreślenie Games raided my stream with 36 viewers.
How's it going, guys? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are having a great Monday. Welcome to Pure Ref and Notepad++, the stream. Hi guys. Welcome, welcome. What were you working on today? Or were you playing something? Were you doing research? And Notepad++, Dev? No, I'm doing notes in Notepad. Because I'm doing some initial design for our hacking minigame, and then we can start to implement that into our project. Game dev on a bobble shop sim. A bobble shop sim? What, like bobbleheads? Then wrapped up with Night Rain. Nice. Night Rain's hard. I've been playing that solo, but my god, it's pretty hard solo. Bobbleheads. That's so cool. One of the bobbleheads will come alive? What, like some horror game? Jesus. Night at the bobblehead shop. Oh no, it's not? Okay, not horror. That'd be pretty scary though. Oh, does it like come alive and it's like a real person at that point then? That's pretty cool though. What if there are multiple phases of hacking? Like phase 1, scanning. And there you would find either a vulnerable software version, an open port. What else could you find as your way into that device? Its head jiggles around as it runs. Do you have any like video or like GIF of that? That sounds pretty wild. That sounds cool. Well, I hope development's been going well. After here's working on an after porn cleanup simulator too. This is what I should never have told you guys about that idea. Okay, I was playing Elden Ring like many years ago, and I was drunk. You know, the best way to play Elden Ring, right? Thank you, Hypnotic, for the follow. Appreciate that, man. And again, thank you for the raid. I was playing it drunk, and I had an idea for a game like Viscera Cleanup Detail. Right, where you're cleaning up after the mess of the first-person shooter games, essentially. So like that, multiplayer, but instead of being a janitor in these levels, you are cleaning up after porn studio filming. Filming has happened with your friends. A horrible idea. Congrats on follower goal. Thanks. Yeah, if we get to 1,000 follows, by the way, I will do a 24-hour stream. It sounds lovely. Doesn't it just sound lovely to play with your friends and pick up, let's just say, a certain toy with a suction cup and throw it at your friend and have it stick to their screen and wiggle around as they're walking around and then slowly fall off onto the ground? Maybe don't say play with your friends. Actually, that was one of like the taglines was clean up, come with your friends. And I think I even had some like some pretty crazy jokes in the description of the game. Like it was like play with friends or go at it solo. What a wild game. Maybe one day we'll make that. It feels like there's just two aspects to this that don't mix well together. Like, what happens when you find the vulnerable software version? What does that mean? Are you maybe just finding the vulnerabilities? What would you do in this case? You think that would sell? I think it could too, Dex. The problem that we had with it was that it's a game that you would have to market to content creators, but a game that probably would be banned on most content creation platforms. Vulnerable software needs an open port too. Well, we're trying to find a way to gamify this, right? So less realistic and more about how can we gamify the hacking in a way that is believable. I mean, I say it's the scanning, but what does it do? What do I do once I find an open port? I think the brute forcing passwords is good. I like how this sounds. The phishing too is one that I think can work, but you need to be able to send an email to that. You would have to send it to that client or send it to that individual. Gives info on the next steps. But how would you use that? Like if you were trying to brute force the password, or is that separate? So many questions. So many questions. Hey, Pumpkinhead Play. How you doing? Yeah, you can share videos, Chillin. I don't block links. You wouldn't brute force a password. You wouldn't steal a car. I would steal a car. Wait, hold on. Let's listen to this.
If you ever get zombie bite or fear one is...
I'm just gonna come out and...
Last advice, if you ever get zombie bite or fear one is imminent, press Q and
Yeah.
you'll swallow the antidote. I don't trust this for some reason. This is going to be a cyanide pill. Right, okay, here we go. What? Oh, only kidding. All hope is gone. There is no antidote. Have fun. You bastard.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I like that.
you son of... I'm going to hide in the toilet. No one will ever see me in here. Ah!
Project Zomboid's such a good game. That's based. Maybe we need to define weak points. We need to define what is a weak point, how do you find weak points, and then each weak point has its own minigame for being exploited. And phishing is not one of... Phishing is a way to obtain the information for a password that is not very suspicious at all, but takes time and is unreliable. Yeah, thank you again, Hypnotic. Have some nice food. You know what I've been hoping that we can do is build like a streaming community. But I think you have to be a partner to build those stream teams. And that is really hard to become partnered in software and game dev category. Scanning obtains... Scanning will give info... I don't like how it's worded. Will... Whatever. Give info on weak points. Scanning methods. You're learning C# and you're gonna start making your own games soon. Are you gonna work in like Unity? I'm gonna make my own engine for my MMORPG with 1 million concurrent online users in a single shard. Alright. You know, it's a joke because I hear it so often. Stop making MMORPGs. It would be cool if we can find a way to accurately revive the MMORPG genre with something new, something actually innovative. I don't think it's possible anymore, though. I have too much skepticism about that. Yeah. But, you know, if the biggest companies in the world can't solve that with hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're dead. I just think it's too entrenched. People are too entrenched in what they're already playing, what they've already played before. Yeah, it's just, why would I play a new MMORPG when I can play any of the old dogs, which already have so much content and refined mechanics? And even if I don't like the new versions, right? If I don't like the new version of RuneScape 3 or WoW, I can just go play WoW Classic or Old School. People don't know what they want out of MMOs, ask them and they'll start saying a whole bunch of things but nothing concrete. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at a game like Throne and Liberty, right? Which to me was a game that it ticked every single box of what an MMO should have. And then added nothing unique on top of that. If you ask people, what do you want out of an MMO? Everything that should be there is in Throne and Liberty, but then nobody likes this game really. Nobody really plays it that much. So, what are we doing? What's up with Unity? I think they walked back the pricing. I don't really know about where it's at currently. Just shitty copy of Lineage 2. Yeah, Throne and Liberty has a really good soundtrack, and that's the best thing about it. You don't give info on weak points. What if we think about this in... What if we shift our brain over to thinking about the commands? Ports, software, what else could potentially be gleaned on the outside? Is there anything more that... I feel like there should be at least 3, ideally maybe 5 things, or around that number, of possible ways to break into it, and each will have their own method of breaking in. Password attempt. Get the gunk out of your port. Do you know why MMOs are dead? Because nowadays who plays it are children of our age, 30. Yeah, it's definitely the older dogs, but the older dogs are already playing the games, and that they usually, like, people who play at, you know, like World of Warcraft or old school will jump onto a new MMORPG to try it. And if it's not so groundbreaking that it pulls their attention away from the game that they've already probably spent thousands of hours into making content, that's also having updates because it needs to remain live service in order to keep the money flowing in, then they're not going to stay with it. So it's like these games get massive spikes, and then they realize, oh, I'm out of content, because of course the game needs years to create that content, and then they just go back to the game that they're already entrenched in. They already have their MMO, it's called Roblox. You're not wrong, Frades. You're actually not wrong. Fortnite and Roblox are the new MMOs. Maybe those are, maybe that is the evolution of MMOs. Maybe we've been wrong the whole time. Maybe the wrong idea was trying to make an MMORPG for the older people, and the right idea was to make MMOs for the younger generations. Fuck, maybe they actually did it correctly. Yeah, it's all Bale's fault. Would you hear that sip? The so-called young generation is cooked. They are pretty cooked. What are some other vulnerabilities? Hacking vulnerabilities. What are vulnerabilities? Explain it to me. Like I'm 2. What is a vulnerability? Jargon. How do we make this shit fun? How would we gamify this? I've never really had to make mini games. They always seem complex, but I think I have to think about them from how can I take logic puzzles and rework them in a way that I think I'm approaching it from the wrong direction. I need to think about logic puzzles first. It's gonna show me those ones that are like like these. I do like these. I don't know if we can really do this. What's a good way that I can get like a whole list of different types and just immerse myself in the brainstorming of it? Ask Grok. I could ask Grok for different logic puzzle types. List me 20 different logic puzzle types with basic summaries. What the hell is Grok? It's Twitter's AI. Sudoku, crossword, logic grid. It would be fun if we could gamify the like logic grid deduction puzzles, but I don't know if we can. Elon's Nazi chatbot? I don't think it's... I haven't seen any of that. Nonograms. How would we gamify nonograms into a... Wait, did it say nonograms? No, it said nonograms. Those are the ones where you put in the... You fill in the squares. Oh, you're just playing? Okay. I do like these a lot, actually. They're pretty chill. I think they're also called, like, Picross. Or Picross. I don't know how you fucking pronounce that. Could we game... I don't think logic grid puzzles could be gamified for hacking purposes. It'd be kind of weird. But when it informs an image of a dick or dick... Yeah, exactly. Let's make dick butt hacking. Mathematical puzzle with digits. Cryptorhythms? What the fuck are these? Sun and fun equals swim. What? The fuck is this? A cryptorhythm is a puzzle in which the digits in an arithmetic problem are each replaced by a different symbol. So if the symbol sun represents a 6 in one puzzle, then it represents a 6 everywhere. Oh, I mean, they have like word puzzles like this, right? Where they just scramble the letters and like, so an A equals E, so every A in that little phrase is an E. I guess this is just like a numbers and symbols version of that. Elite speak. Hey, Anomalies. How you doing? It's good to see you guys today. Displacement cipher. Yeah, but I don't know how well we can make ciphers into a hacking minigame. Also, True Nightmare, I just woke up and saw your message just now. I'm sorry I didn't get to you. You were setting up your pie hole. It isn't blocking it. Did you change your computer's DNS server? If you go into your network problem, or your network, if you go into the properties and into your IPv4 settings, you can use the following DNS server, and then you put in your local IP for your pie hole. So like 192.168.0.19 or something, right? And then that'll route all your DNS traffic through your pie hole, which will automatically filter out all the ads. And then you can do that too for your phone. So in your phone, you can set a custom DNS server when you're on Wi-Fi, and you can wire that through it so that all your phone traffic gets ad blocked too. And then when I get home tonight, I can give you the block list that I use. I think I use 3 of them. Yeah, if you can, because some routers do allow this, some don't, but you would have to turn off your router's DNS server and then set up a custom one to go through your pie hole. But not all routers are supporting this, unfortunately. You still do those Kickstarter reviews? I do not. You're seeing a block ads. You did it router wide. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's 2 extra block lists that I use apart from the basic one. YouTube ads might not. YouTube and Twitch, I think, do embedded ads. So with YouTube, you would still probably have to use ad block. Because it will not prevent embedded ads. Riddles. Kenken. A grid like Sudoku. Yeah, I can't really do that. Utoshiki. Minesweeper. I was thinking we could do something like Minesweeper or grid-based. And you would have to target grids. I don't know if we could do that. Or like if you one day took a look at all the Kickstarters that you reviewed and see how many of them took the money and ran. I mean, some of that could take years, right? Because maybe they went to Kickstarter early and took a lot of time to make the game. Just pretty common. The problem is how do we inject a Minesweeper-like game into a command line interface in a satisfying way? Which is where dealing with stuff with like just simple numbers and words would be the easiest. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. It's all gonna be command line. And like I mean, we could do something with cryptography, but I'd rather that it's... I don't know, there's so many things that have that visual representation, right, with like grids. Fault hacking minigame? I'd rather stay away from the fault hacking minigame. I want there to be different minigames depending on which methods of vulnerability you're exploiting. Don't think you can make anything fun with the command line. People swipe, not type. I think we can. It's a good challenge. Anything that doesn't need visual representation. It opens up tic-tac-toe. How is Grok better than ChatGPT? Riddles? In order to hack this device, you have to solve the riddle. The fucking river crossing puzzle. Welcome to CCTV hacking. You have a wolf, a goat, and a cabbage on the side of a river. I really think like code breaking puzzles could be done. Or like, let's say you're just given that random bunch of hex, right? And your goal is to find a certain pattern within this, right? This is probably not the greatest representation of it, but let's assume that maybe it's all equal in length here, just so that it's a little bit easier to see. And you have to find the certain patterns in there and pull out a number of letters after each of that, and then decode that hex into a password or some something that you have to type in. So then it's it feels immersive. It's visually based. You have to observe. People want games, not homework. You'd be surprised, Phrase. If people can play Hacknet, they'll play this. Finding a pattern in a random string would almost certainly annoy me. Good. I want you to be annoyed, Femoid. By the way, this game is probably not meant for all of you, by the way. I'm not really going to consider some feedback to be very valid. I hate to say it. That's just the harsh truth. If this game is not your thing, it is what it is. How can we make that look better? Breaking it into groups of 5. And then doing 2 or 3 sets and maybe like 5 rows. The fuck is that? Don't do that. Because we can play around with the visual representations of this. Well, I'm not saying that this whole block of text, I'm saying that we can find ways to hide things in text and then show a visual representation of that looks way more approachable and friendly, right? Which is very different from just here's a block of text, find the thing in it. Kind of weird that it does that. I mean, if you're being shown like lists like this, I think it's much easier to scan. You know, if you're looking for like the first or the last letter or something, just to scan right straight down and look for what you're looking for, and then narrow down the possible blocks from there. I think it's a lot more doable. And then maybe matching one from each column or something. That's pretty cool, true number. But simulating password cracking with like a simplified Jack the Ripper type program. I've done that. Yeah, I have that here. For brute forcing passwords. Which is going to be an unscramble kind of game. I'm pretty happy with how that will work. Very simple unscramble. That'll use the brain. Falling letter, well, it has to be in a command line interface. It should feel like you're in command line. Yeah, it's a scrambled word, is what it is. And I want this one to be like an observing type of game where you have to observe a bunch of data and pick the parts from that. You guys just type in random things in chat now? Oh, I see penis. Nice, Tramlux. I got it. Fuck you. So we need something as simple as that, where it's I don't even care about real vulnerabilities. I'm sorry, but real hacking is boring as shit. And I think that as cool as it is, oh, you can do a SQL injection. Yeah, gamify that for me. Gamify SQL injection for me. Go ahead. Make it fun. I think rather focusing on the ways that people can use their brain in different ways is much, much more enjoyable. You check Grey Hack? No, I haven't. Be careful with the hacking minigame. Who will be the target audience? People who like to hack. Just because people who like hacking in minigame, in real life or like cybersecurity, doesn't mean that they're going to want something that is realistic, right? It's a game. It's supposed to be entertaining. How do you entertain people? You engage with them. How do you engage with people who like logic games, puzzle games? You use their brain. It's as simple as that. Like it's not design rocket science here. It's just finding fun ways to engage with people's brains. What would be the goal of this? Social engineering, yes. We have the phishing emails written down here. But this is not hacking. This is just obtaining the information in a way that is separate to hacking. I want to focus on just the hacking aspect of it, and the minigames that would go along with that. Problem with the hex to alphabet is that it's all that could work. Especially then because we could use alphanumeric. But do I want the player to have to decode that themselves? Arguably, no. Thing is, if the player is not typing some stuff in and having to engage with the command interface, then they're not actually hacking. It's not like it's not as simple as running a program. I mean, maybe that can work for some hackers in real life, but I'd rather that the player actually feels like they're providing inputs, using their brain, hacking the device, and it should be something that is relatively quick, relatively simple. The player's in and out within average of, 2 minutes. So we need to make things as simple as possible while still engaging with people's brains. And I think maybe if you scan... Let's think here. Cryptography algorithm and the key for it, and there's context clues to figure out each of those. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do something with cryptography. That'll be a third one. Let's just think of multiple minigames we can do. So one of them is the... is brute forcing passwords. Which is, let's just say, unscramble. This one would be locate, like run decrypt. And it would give you like a pattern to look for certain things. And they would be sets of 3 hex key. So let me do string to hex converter. Is that correct? Hold on. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. So this is what we would want to hide, which is the password itself. In hex. And I think we would do that by making these sets of 6 characters and hiding it within those and giving the player hints about where it's going to be located. I'm just adding a character on here. Make it a little bit easier for me. Oops. Would we give the player everything to look for? Well, we couldn't, because then they would have information. So I think instead we could hide maybe each. We can absolutely generate passwords of a certain length if we need to. That's not really going to be a problem. And that can be randomized. That's so fucking easy. I think there's too many letters in this random string in order to make it feel more believable, but that's fine. That can be fixed when we generate, you know, the intermediary sections that we want. I'm not going to worry about that right now. what if that's what you're given? And then you have to pull out the sections within that that contain those that you want. And then run like a, you know, decrypt, and then you would insert, okay, 67, so that's 67 52s. And then you put all of them in. They do that, it's kind of like a Wordle where you'd pick out a row from each column and get back info about whether they're the right ones. I think you would try to locate each of the ones in here and then tell it to decrypt that set. And any that are inserted correctly are going to raise the suspicion meter. Any that are correct will, you know, it'll run the decryption. So we generate actual sets of hex code. We just make sure that in each column there is only going to be one case of whatever set of numbers or, you know, of hex values that it gives you. And that's your observation. Obviously there's two here, so there, you know, this column would be a problem, but that's just how we would generate, so I can just fucking change this. And then that would, of course, actually just boil down to this password. That was the password. And then you could run like, you know, login, I don't know, let's say Tommy and make that attempt. I think that would be a viable mini game. That would be pretty easy to generate. %. Especially because if we're feeding the player hex keys, which are actually just, you know, values for the alphanumeric, we can generate a bunch of random garbage, excluding that value. So it would be very, very easy to do. And that would be an observation-based hacking minigame. I think that could work. It's kind of annoying to have to design mini games like this. Now, I don't think that this is involved enough. I think that there should be there could be ways to make it more challenging. Where we would do we could do like 6 star 7, so we know that there's 6 followed by anything and then followed by a 7. So the player would then be on the lookout for just the 6s and then try to analyze even further. It's not significantly more challenging. Hmm. I'm just trying to think of ways to make this, like, add difficulties to this. And how we might be able to achieve that. We could make positions in the column switch sometimes. I don't know, do I want to fuck with the player in that way, though? I mean, maybe there could be multiple sets that are viable. Like, running the decryption would probably not raise suspicion, right? This would be I suppose, a free thing you could do, or maybe it only increases suspicion very minorly. Granted, if it isn't raising suspicion reasonably, then it would be possible just to brute force it. Maybe that some of that could depend on the security level, though. Can't you use Grok just to simulate something like this? Maybe. Maybe it could. I don't know how I would teach it this. But maybe. I wonder if I could feed it this and tell it to figure out what the password is. That'd be pretty funny, actually. Just without, like, telling it anything further than this. Could I teach it? Hidden in each column is a set of 3 hex characters. Only one set in each column is correct and spells a password when each 4 sets of three hex characters is decoded. What is the password? No space between these. Well, there kind of is. It's a little awkward, isn't it? Ah, fuck it. I don't think it'll be able to do it. Breaking it into 3. It's not 3 character hex substrings. It should be 2 characters hex substrings. The password is secret. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Dumb AI. It would actually just be easier to just make it myself. Googed. Damn it. It knows. What is it getting this from? It's just trying things. Get googed, yeah. I went over to her place and she just took off her clothes and googed all over me. Oh, it's finding possible type. No, dude, it's going crazy. It's brute forcing it. Kind of dumb. What if there was like if different levels of security meant different levels of encryption? So what if there were some of these that were either just like completely hidden? I'll just copy this down and we can see what it might look like. So maybe a whole column is like hidden or something. So you can find the right ones that you need. Except for like one of the columns. So in this case we would get, well, yeah, but you wouldn't know then the case of the result. That wouldn't work in practice. So even if you could deduce that it was Greyhound, that doesn't really work. I mean, when designing these two, we could also go the... We could go the route of... looking specifically for like that set. And just put in like a whole bunch of ones that might appear possible but are fake. So like something like that column, where it's like, okay, I see a lot of sixes. Then it's like, okay, that's the one. There's two spaces between the 6 and the 7. And that's the only time that occurs. Well, like, I guess there are ways that we'd have to really specify the method of generation for that. Doable though. especially if we know what characters we're not allowed to use, which would just be, we determine what password should be there. We then create the hints that we want for it based on the difficulty. And then based on the hints for each column, we can decide which characters cannot be allowed in, you know, like let's say index 1, 2, or 3. And then we just generate each section under those parameters. So it's a complex function, but I know how I would accomplish it. And I think that this is not too difficult that it would take more than 2 minutes for the player to solve. And I think that that's our golden focus here should be puzzles that don't take more than 2 minutes to solve. Yeah, I think that feels pretty decent for now. All right, give me a second to go to the bathroom. We'll go put this over in here. Somewhere. And then we'll figure out what to think about next. Hear me. Ooh. You guys been seeing what's going on in LA? Pretty wild. It's all going on like 20 minutes from you. Jesus Christ. Stay safe. I don't know about you guys, but there isn't a whole lot that would get me to go out in the streets and cause chaos. Stop right there, criminal scum. Yeah. It doesn't even matter what it's for. I have no desire to go out in the streets and like destroy property and like burn things. I don't know. It's not in my brain. Okay, we've kind of made two different minigames to basically determine passwords. Nothing really about exploiting ports. Well, is it better to have... Well, ideally we find ways to make fun minigames that revolve around vulnerabilities. But I'm not gonna cry a river if we just find fun minigames to figure out passwords. Gutsper's probably not gonna like that. And we can absolutely continue to design these in the background, because there's no way in hell that any designer just figures out good minigames to make in a single day. Having examples of each of these will look really nice. Yeah, but I've been watching some of the footage of the LA riots, and I don't know why they don't just send in the National Guard to... I don't know why they allow millions of dollars worth of cars to get lit on fire, and just nobody stops it. It's so wild to me. They're sending the national... Yeah, but they said that, but is it actually happening? Like, are they still preparing the... Like, when does it happen? I was watching a live stream of that, and there was a girl who said they shouldn't do that. Someone could get hurt when a police car was speeding on an intersection with random people on it. Same girl was throwing rocks to the police cars 30 minutes earlier and didn't seem to be worried about someone getting hurt back then. Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy there. They're like, well, we're doing this because we're being violent because they're being violent. Like, well, who are they being violent against? When they were trying to arrest those drug dealers. Okay. Hey, Turtleneck. Thought I had everybody on my side, but I went and blew it all sky high, and now she won't even spare a passing glance, all just because I ripped my pants. Beautiful. Beautiful, sir. Thank you for that. Reasons because if you put down unrest with force, it has an overwhelming tendency to add fuel to the fire. So, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I agree that there's, every action has an equal or greater reaction sometimes with this whole political stuff. If you don't quell it early, which they didn't, then this is what it leads to. So how do you stop them from looting stores, causing violence, hurting people, either physically or mentally or, financially, right, through like destroying stores? How do you stop that at this point in a way that is satisfying for peace and for justice? Well, ICE just stopped kidnapping families. I mean, if you're in the country illegally, though, what do you expect to happen? Especially when they're going after violent people for the most part and just arresting people that are also there illegally. Like, is the solution to counter what you feel is unjust illegal activity by committing more illegal activity? Do you really think that that's going to stop that from happening? And I agree with you that every action is going to have that greater reaction. So what do you think the reaction of the government is going to be to these riots? Do you think they're going to stop? Do you think they're going to back down? I feel like, sure, one side is fanning the flames, but the other side is also fanning the flames. And I don't know how to solve that. Alright, let's see here. Brute forcing passwords. Unscrambling. I'd say wants to spark a revolution, and sending in militarized police is giving them legitimacy. I don't want a city to be run by revolutionaries or by a military. But this all was starting from the law trying to be upheld. And you might disagree with deporting people who are in the country illegally, but in reality, they're criminals, right? The protesters want escalation, that's the whole thing. I know that they do, but I felt like this should have been stopped the moment it started happening. You can't just like hide behind some shutters and wait for it to die, because then you're just allowing it to happen. And if they feel like they have that agency, they have that ability to just run around and commit chaos, every single time that's been allowed to happen, it spirals into unrest, property destruction, which ultimately causes a lot more political chaos. It increases the taxes, it causes a whole bunch of inconvenience and mental stress and fear in people who are just trying to live their lives safely. So it's like, what's the point in paying the police if the police don't do their job? I guess is really what I'm asking. And it's not that they're not doing it, it's that they're being told not to do it by, you know, the people in charge of it. Like the mayor or something. I don't know what the solution to that is. But I definitely don't know why I would ever want to live in a city that allows for that stuff to happen. We used foliage tool to put leaves in my tree trunk static mesh. Is there a way to make a new static mesh of a tree that also includes the foliage applied and make the combination into a single mesh so I can use it on my foliage tool? You use the foliage tool to put leaves on my tree trunk static mesh. I don't know if there's a way to apply those changes with the foliage, because they're probably part of like the instance foliage actor, right? In the level. If you place them by hand, you could combine the static meshes using the modeling tools. I don't know if I could do it here with the so like here I could choose these, and where is it? Why can't I union? Oh, because it has engine assets. But if I had separate static meshes, like to anything not engine based, I could combine them. Yeah, I don't know how to do it with the foliage tools. I don't know if you can bake those meshes out of the foliage instance. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to resolve that one. Why does it do that? Why is this so annoying? Why does it... Okay. There we go. You'd rather maybe placing leaves by hand. If you can get your hands on the Unreal source code, they have the foliage. What do they call it? Like it was part of nanite foliage, but they called it something else. They're making a new tool for it. They showed it during this. Where was it? Did they cut it out of this one? Is it maybe in the official one? Shit, I can't find it.
To get to my and there's and for every 5G why
Basically, they're making a response to Speed Tree by making Unreal's gonna make its own foliage creation tool for like trees and shit.
I'm so excited we can finally.
I can't find it though, but I think that's coming in Unreal 5.7. God, I hate that I can't find that. Whatever. But yeah, like some procedural way to make your trees is gonna be... Wait, what? Putting leaves on tree. Are you actually like modeling the leaves for your tree trunk? I have to find it. I'm sorry, I have to find it. It's gonna be bothering me for the next like 5 hours.
Performance from any distance.
Here it is.
Let's check up close the level of detail with storage with the and the
Repurposed clumps of glass.
to create them, we developed nanite assemblies. These 28 little parts
This is gonna be
are all
great.
that we use to build all the spruces from the forest. They are instanced thousands of times and used like building blocks to assemble trees in different ways. And as you probably noticed with the wind effect, they even support skeletal animation, which runs on the GPU. Thanks to assembly, we greatly reduce the storage, the runtime memory, and the rendering cost. Then, to display an entire forest, the challenge was to preserve fidelity and performance from any distance. Let's check up close the level of detail we're talking about here.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. So I'm pretty excited for this to come out fully. I think it'll make building trees
of detail.
much better, and especially since they're all going to be nanite enabled with the new nanite foliage system.
But this
I think this will change the way that people build open world games in Unreal.
Far away, due to the amount of overlapping. And that's why we made an adaptive voxel representation. But in reality, you'll never see those voxels this close, since when we move the camera back,
Guess I'll stop learning and wait for 5.7. Well, I mean, I wouldn't focus too much on your trees for now. But it's still worth learning Unreal, right? Alright, okay, I like this one. If you'd rather brute force... passwords, you can run the brute forcing program. Shouldn't be a simple progress bar, but rather have multiple points of required input to steer the progress in the right direction. At each stopping point, the player has to unscramble letters to spell a word. If correct, progress resumes. If not, suspicion is raised for each failed attempt. Once all stopping points... Oops. Resolved. More and harder ones for higher security levels. Then the password is obtained. The one thing I don't like is that this doesn't really make sense for things without passwords. Like, does a CCTV have a password? Not really. Maybe each device needs to have its different methods. But then the more minigames we make, the more the player has to learn about them, and I think that there is going to be a golden middle ground here between too few minigames and too many minigames. Oh, you're just modeling and building 3D scenes. Oh shit. Well, 5.6 did introduce a lot of nanite and lumen fixes. You could try using like some spline tools. There was a really good one on Fab. I don't know if it's still on sale. I bought it a while back. Hold on. Fucking sign in. Oh, that's my password. Very nice. Oh, here it is. This is pretty nice to use. And that's not too expensive. And you can create like bridges and shit from it too. It's pretty in-depth. So maybe that could be useful if you're just building scenes. I haven't used this yet, but I'm really looking forward to using this, especially if we have maybe like some wires to run around. God, that's so cool. It saves so much time having to make those by hand. Oh man. But yeah, if you want the link to that, this is the link to it. Once all stopping points are resolved, then the password is obtained and can be used to log in. Let's make like a representation of this, kind of like we did with the decryption minigame. Password decryption. We could maybe just call this like database. Like a database vulnerability or something. And so what you're doing is going through the database. I guess decryption is kind of the same thing as unscrambling, right? This is just word decryption. Whatever. I think most puzzles are pretty similar if you break them down into their core elements. One vulnerability that can be exploited is a password storage database. Not the most advanced password storage measures, but certainly something. Console will give you multiple columns of randomly generated sets of hex alphanumeric characters hidden in each column, one per column, is a correct set of characters, let's say. I just needed a way of describing that. Your goal is to find the correct set in each column, given a hint for each column. Once you obtain the correct characters, the ones you think are correct, here's the thing though, if we have like a suspicion meter being raised in game by decrypting, the player could just decrypt this outside of the game. Then again, I don't know. There's not really any ways that I can for sure prevent anti-cheat, right? Because even with like the decrypting or the unscrambling game here, of course the player could just unscramble this word using some external tool. If the player wants to cheat, I guess they can. There's not really any way that I can get around that. Run a decryption. Player uses external tools to decrypt the password. Isn't that kind of in the spirit of the game anyway? That's what they'll say. There's no way that I can prevent it, so I'm not going to worry about it. If the player wants to cheat and get around things, sure, they can do it. Who cares? You can do that in any game anyways. To grab the password. Log in with this password. All right, let's get the example in for this. Yeah, that looks ugly as shit. I'll just manually put in 5 spaces. Okay, it's not perfect. I could just take a screenshot of like an Excel sheet or something for this. Whatever. I might do that considering the fact that it is... Oh, you know what? Actually, I should choose a sans serif font, right? Because then they would all be monospaced, I think is the term. Oh. Hold on. Microsoft monospace font. Courier New and Lucida Sans typewriter. Really fucking bright. Oh, actually, that's perfect. Yeah, that's really immersive. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, that triggers me. Kill me. Maybe there's like an extra tab in here or something. Oh, that was it, yeah. Okay. Ooh. Man, I almost deleted the stream. So we can say that hints and these are the hex sets. Although right now this is not all actual hex code right now. I'd have to build the thing to generate these randomly, so for now just like suspend the belief. Given the above set of information, the above set of hints, the sets of text we're looking for is when decrypted, this provides us, when decrypted and spaces are removed, can't do like code blocks in here, right? No. No. Oh, spline tool seems like something I would use a lot. Have you tried it already? I have not tried it already. It just I bought it. It has really good ratings. There are some usage examples. Oh, these are just people using it in their games. It's not actually using the tool themselves. I mean, they have a Discord server, so if you like want to see it in use, or have somebody show you the interface. I mean, it shows the sections that it comes with, so this is all that was needed to make, I guess, all the stuff in the background. Are literally just these tools down here. So I don't know. It looks powerful, but yeah, I don't know how difficult it is to set up. I don't remember how expensive it was when I bought it, but it was pretty cheap for how good it looked. Another good one that you might be able to use if you have good materials. I think it's called Easy Mapper. Is Easy Mapper. Oh, sorry about that. So this is quite nice, and this allows you to have world-aligned textures. So you can avoid the weird issues that can occur on like different objects, and then paint new textures on top of that in a really simple way. And as far as I know, it's a lot easier to like, cause it's a lot easier to work with than it looks like. It helps to blend in textures. This guy's video explains it a lot better than I can, because he's the mastermind behind it. But it's very impressive, and it's pretty cheap as well. That's called Easy Mapper. That might also be on sale right now too. It's not on sale, but it is very cheap. It's like 25 bucks. $20 to $25. Oh, you figured out how to do that? That's pretty impressive. I would have no idea what to do with that. Alright, let's make another set here. Brute forcing passwords. Okay, let me get an ASCII progress bar here. So it is white. I can make it, or it's black. I can make it white. Kind of silly, but it'll work just for the sake of testing. Hey, Bartosz. We're working on some hacking mini games today. Alright, given the once initiated, progress bar will start moving. Do Minesweeper 3. I was thinking we probably could do a Minesweeper like game in, because it's all going to be done through like a console, right? Through like a command prompt. There are some cool ways that we could utilize command prompts to make cool looking things, right? Like we did with like the Crypts of Woe. You can 100% make some cool art. Or like a little treasure chest opening. So, I mean, we can absolutely do some cool stuff with it. This won't be super slow. Or let's just say this will be relatively fast. Because we want the player to get to the minigame aspect of that. Let's fill this into... here. Oops, hold on. I wanted to say like halted. Oops. Not that. Old. Oh fuck, what was the default? Oh, there we go. At certain points, the progress will halt. And the password's progress will show on screen. Will show on in the console. I'll fix the colorings afterwards. We want this to be a scrambled word, so let's just pick any word like daisy or something, right? Izida. And then we'll just do like kind of think, give me 1 second. I will definitely take a look at that. What are some other date? Yeah, we'll do that. And so it will, the password's progress will show on the console with a scrambled section. Scrambled set of letters that need to be decoded in order to progress the brute forcing. In this case, the scrambled set of letters spells Daisy. Simply enter that in the console to continue. Let me see this. Mensa IQ test? What, like taking the IQ test? Isn't this all like patterns and stuff though? Yeah, see, I don't know how we could do stuff like this. I wonder which one it is. In like a console. Minesweeper, I think, could be done, but in a... I think that we can gamify that. I just don't know about some of this stuff, right? I don't know. I'm not taking an IQ test right now. As tempting as it is, I don't want you guys to see my my 20 IQ level. Nope. think it would be intelligent enough to swallow that drink if you had IQ 20. I'm intelligent enough to know not to jump into the streets and start rioting, so I'm happy for that at least. Baboons, what we call those people. Just act like animals, running around throwing things, screaming and going crazy. Failed attempts will increase the suspicion meter. I don't know what that last part should say. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Oh my, what the fuck? Being really weird. I copied that and it's like being really weird. Like won't let me move up and down. The fuck? Now it's better. That was odd. Alright, let's try to do that again. It did it again. Whatever. When you reach your final word to unscramble, in this case, Rose, the full password will be revealed and you can attempt to log in. The only thing is, you know, these passwords would have to be so simple that it's like... What do you even do at that point? I guess people in the future would still be dumb and use shitty passwords. To be fair, people still use really shitty passwords. I mean, here's the number of times that the word password has been found in data breaches. 21,690,000 times the word password has been used as somebody's password. My dad is hot has been used 5 times in data breaches. So, do people use dumb passwords? Yes. Do people sometimes put really weird things in their passwords? Yes. And just to prove that I actually typed that in, there it is. How many times has your mom been used? Your mom? I mean, it wouldn't have spaces, right? Your mom has been used 10,421 times. I killed a man 14 times. I'm a murderer. Good news. You're using "I'm a murderer" as your password. You're safe. Found my new password. Thanks. My sister is hot. 1 time. Who did it? Who's using that? Who's using "my sister is hot" as their password? My brother. Oh, it's siblings. My brother is hot has been used 1 time. So the brother is using "my sister is hot" and the sister is using "my brother is hot." We found the Lannisters. I am dumb. 1,354 times. Dumb password. 305 times. Nobody will guess this. Has been used 12 times. Well, I have no words. Mommy milkers. 1,208 times. You want to check on God? Dude, there's no way that the Zoomers' passwords are getting leaked. On God. 66 times. Skibbity. 4,490 times. Skibbity toilet. 23,774 times. I have no words. These days are cooked. Keck. 2,102 times. I typed in penis. 57,864 times. Oops. And the progress bar doesn't halt any more times. Progress will finish, and the full password will be revealed, and you can attempt to log in. That works. It's a little bit poorly shown, but these are just prototypes. I'll take it for now. Leave that shit over there. Alright, I'm not unhappy with those 2 minigames. But we need more. We need more. Something to do with open ports, and I think it'd be kind of fun if you could play like some little visual game with the open ports. How would that look? You could do something with like math. That would filter out a lot of the retards, wouldn't it? Just throw in math. Basically, nobody under 16 would be able to play our game. That's for sure. You know what's crazy is 16 years ago was 2009. Oh man. It'd be cool if there was a minigame where you had to connect, like you had to take their open port and route the traffic properly or something through typing in multiple lines, and you have like maybe a time limit, so that would be like a timed minigame, I guess. You woke up and you're like, I'm gonna be a retard today. I mean, that happens. Yeah, we all have days like that, right? Ugh. I mean, stuff with grids is possible, but what's inside the grid would have to be simple. You could 100% do, well, it doesn't have to be. I mean, it just has to be represented simply. It has to be represented in a way that looks realistic, but we can always gamify that. So What if you had like an 8x8 grid? Let me make a grid here. Ooh. What if you had a grid? And that would be pretty easy to generate. And we put in... So imagine these are hidden. So essentially these are what you're aiming for. For these nuts. Are you gonna remake a model? It would have taken an hour, but you spent like 3 hours trying to save it? Jesus Christ. So imagine you're like playing Battleship of some sorts, right? And you're trying to find the port that is vulnerable. And you get a certain number of guesses, and a guess isn't used if you correctly find one of the blue boxes. But a guess is used if you fail to hit. So you hit here, one of your guesses is gone. Hit here, you're okay. And maybe if you fully find a number, you get a couple of extra guesses or something. Like the goal is that the player correctly finds the numbers, but there should be a little bit of tension with that, right? Portal? I was just thinking of like Battleship. I don't know if there's like a different game like this. But this is probably doable. Just a name? Oh. Oh, guess the country? I mean, this is just what I'm thinking of with it. But instead of hiding ships and you get, no, you know, you're trying to sink the ship, you're trying to find the numbers. I see. So kind of like, yeah, Minesweeper showing you the distance. I mean, we could show distance. We could also put in boxes. We just have to generate the grid and then fill in the grid with stuff. And then as you guess, you know, D4 by typing it in. We just need to unveil that. So this wouldn't be... How would I accomplish that? It's just an array, honestly. I could just... No, this is very doable. This is very doable. Yeah, this one is very visual. So the other two are logic by unscrambling, essentially. Or by pattern recognition. This one would be all about finding a strategy to your guesses. If we want to go like the Minesweeper route and base distances off of things, I don't know, that would be a bit tougher. I'd have to think about how I would generate that. Is there any way that we could represent this in like ASCII art? Well, if I'm doing ASCII, it might even be easier in that case to do something like Minesweeper instead of making the 2x2 grids, which is certainly going to be a lot more difficult to do from an ASCII perspective. But to just do one box per character. And then unveil that. And I'm sure I could find like some representations of that. Yeah, there's even an ASCII Minesweeper here. So like it would kind of be this, but instead of setting flags, maybe the flags would be the port. It's doable. It did not copy over correctly. They make it with fill, heat map, or edge corner colors, arrows, or Minesweeper way is the main question. Yeah, I don't know either. Hey, Stream Chef. Minigames are rough to design, especially ones where you want the player to feel smart, right? We only have 2, and I feel like I've just... Even this is... Especially because it's all a command interface, which really minimizes our possibilities compared to just some visual possibilities. I'm needing to find other ways to make interesting, engaging puzzles through what would be essentially command line. Chandru16, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Well, studio work we just copied puzzle mechanics from Simon Tatham's puzzle collection, avoiding the entire design process. I don't know about those. I don't know what those are. Building hacking minigame to learn hacking? No, I'm just building a hacking minigame to put into our larger game. Which will be like Hitman, but with, where you play as an AI. Oh, I see. Yeah, this could be helpful actually for brainstorming. I appreciate you mentioning that. Sudoku? I'm thinking that wouldn't really be that great from... They have to be completable within like 2 minutes. Sudoku would take too long, especially from a command line interface. We could do like some mastermind type puzzle. 2x2 or 3x2. It could be done. But at that point, it's almost too easy that there isn't much of a challenge to it. Mastermind could be done, though. Mastermind with port numbers. Actually, we already made that in Coindozer. Where's Coindozer? Here, hold on, let me try to get the credit card. I'll show you what we did. This was our little mini micro jam game that we made in 5 days. And I made a little hacking mini game where you hack into somebody's credit card account to steal their money. So we did like a guess the pin number little mini game based off of Mastermind. Nice. Untanglement could potentially work by moving around nodes with coordinates and maybe having a cost associated with node distance. Untangle? Let me check that one. Untangle. Yeah, but it has to be done through command line. And I don't know if that would work through like literally CMD, you know, command prompt. Yeah, I don't want to separate the visual. I want to have all the representation in the terminal itself. And I think Mastermind would work really well. 100%. Guess port. Guess vulnerable port. We have to make hacking fun, and in real life hacking is not very fun. It's very boring and hard to gamify. I think I can do Minesweeper through ASCII art. Like, it all needs to lead back to vulnerabilities. I think we have password ones relatively resolved through brute force and through decryption. Hey, Armageddon, what are we doing? We are making minigames that can run in a command line interface.
I'm gonna come.
Also, we're doing that. I wonder if some people have made them. Command line mini games. Snake. Snake would be kind of funny, but I don't know if that'll work. No, not like Pong. I want it to be like logic based. I want the player to have to use their brain a bit rather than it be based on reaction time or something like that, right? Because if it's a, you know, they're like hacking mini games, so they should try to be logic mini games. if anything. But something that makes sense with like words or numbers and not like a riddle or you know, typical logic puzzle of Timmy has 8 apples, and you know, it's like it doesn't really fit with the vibe of hacking. Fallout 4 style hack? I don't know if the Fallout terminal really... We kind of have that, but in different ways, right? Where you're trying to do like decryption or unscrambling. It needs to be more from like a command prompt that you actually have to type, because if you're not typing anything, then you're not really engaging with the command terminal. Yeah, not that. It's funny, but that's not gonna work. Yeah, this is just tough. This is gonna be something that takes time. These are all like typical games, and they don't really feel like oh, this might work. What is this? Location you're in is denoted by a blinking @ symbol. You're surrounded by numbers and you can choose to move in any of the 4 directions. How's he deciding which directions to move in, though? He moves in this direction. I don't understand what the parameters are for that. Air traffic controller? What the fuck? That's silly. Could you give me an idea? What about a word search, except instead of all the letters being in a straight line, you literally have to zigzag them? So you have to use your brain to find out which way to go, maybe even incorporate into some sort of maze. So I did something similar. You can tell me what you think of this one. This would be like a decryption-based game that's based off of a database vulnerability. So you're given sets of hex code, and you have to locate the pattern in each column and then find the set and decrypt the set to give you the password. And there are ways that you could make this a bit more difficult by putting in some additional, you know, spaces between those, and then obfuscating the sets of numbers a bit more to make it harder to find them. You move the same amount of spaces as the number directly adjacent. Okay, that makes more sense. How would I program that? It seems like kind of honestly a huge pain in the ass to program. Maybe? No, there's a way. If I used a monospace font, we can store the player's XY position and use a bunch of arrays to determine where the player is and which, I don't know, it could be done. It would be pretty annoying, but it could be done. Because we'd have to do it through widgets. But it could be done. What would you be trying to get to, though? Maybe you have like a certain number of moves to get to the target location. Some of these games are pretty innovative, to be honest. They don't really work for what we're doing, but they're still pretty cool. ASCII Minesweeper could be done to also guess the vulnerable ports. But, you know, these are pretty much grabbing, let's say realistically, 4 to 5 digits. Although in the case of Minesweeper, the fewer port numbers, I think, are arguably the... Well, it's not really that it would make it harder. But I would have to design a fucking Minesweeper generator. That would be interesting. I'm sure there's plenty of code to do that, though. And Mastermind's pretty easy. I already made Mastermind. Something with, you know, I just saw this. Something with binary could be pretty cool. What about like binary math? It's called greed, but maybe there's something like else that it's named. It's a little like Tron. Hey, Ahmed. Puzzle that generates field of numbers and random player starting point and direction you move in based based on adjacent number. How's your day? Way too logical for a Monday. I'll tell you that. Thinking of different like number and word games that we can play in a command line terminal that shouldn't take more than like 2 minutes to resolve. Ideally. But they have to, it has to be feel like hacking. I think Wordle could kind of work, but we have an unscramble game already, which is kind of like multiple Wordles. That's this one. Open ports and software version. So right now we kind of just have the ability to, because I don't know what this puzzle that, you know, this greed puzzle, right? I don't know what this would actually hack. I think it could definitely work. It's pretty cool. And I have a way that I could definitely make it. As long as I get myself a monospaced font in Unreal, which I actually just don't know. That should be viable. And steal ideas from here. I'll take a look. I mean, I don't want to pull too much. Hey, Mucky. What's up? We're working on some hacking minigames today. I'm trying to test some stuff. Does Unreal have monospaced fonts? I know Roboto default is not monospaced. Oh, it does. Wait. Oh. I can turn on monospace. Okay, we could definitely get a monospaced font then. We're gonna need it anyway for the command line. But in that way, then I could put in all the numbers. Like that, essentially. So that's very doable. Very, very doable. I have an idea, but I have no idea how to describe it. I kind of feel the same way with these minigames. They're really hard to describe. Because there's just not... You have to kind of like make the visuals up by mimicking how it might look in the command interface. Today you realize how Google Chrome is so horrible. I was helping my father with a document on his computer, and I needed to install an extension called Violet Monkey. It helps me install user scripts. It was banned from the Chrome Web Store and had to manually load a GitHub release. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, I don't use Chrome anymore. I use Opera. But they do that, I think, for like user safety concerns, because user scripts could be pretty malicious in some cases. Okay, this is cool though. I'm glad that we can do monospacing in widgets, which makes this idea very, very doable. By just generating multiple lines. We would have to create the optimal path out of the maze first. That could be kind of annoying, but not impossible. And it's possible that the game could randomly generate more simpler solutions too from the one that we made, which I suppose is okay, because implementing an error checker to that would really waste a lot of time. I don't even know if we could. Well, we absolutely could implement an error checker for that. I could see myself struggling to make this minigame doable, but it would be a kind of a mental nightmare. Game where you have to decipher a password one letter at a time using a letter number code system. It generates maybe 12 numbers, letters, combinations that look random, and every time you choose one letter, the other will regenerate into the next one. Each password will contain a key, so as an example, if the alphabet is 1 to 26, there is a word game like that scrambles letters of the alphabet to different numbers. I think that might take longer than 2 minutes to do, though. And I think I understand right up until the choose one letter, the others will regenerate into the next one. Oh wait, I think I kind of see what you're meaning. I see what you mean. Yeah, that is really hard to describe in text, but I think I get it. Okay. How would you be able to guess, though? Because it feels like you would be brute forcing. And there's not really any way to glean the proper information. I feel the same way, Stream Chef. I feel like this is going to take us the whole week to kind of just figure out the design, but it is a very central component to the game, so I don't mind if it takes us a while to determine it. And I think having like 5 or 6 mini games would be good, and then finding ways to modify their difficulty depending on like the security level of the device. The reason why we want to make it like 2 minutes, by the way, for each of these is that we kind of expect levels to maybe take 90 to 120 minutes, or like let's say 60 to 120 minutes, right? So we don't want hacking to be so tedious that the amount of times the player might be asked to do it, it just becomes annoying. So if there's shorter mini games that are more logic based, I think that'll engage the player a lot more than just something that doesn't really mentally challenge you in any way. The non-mentally challenging ones, I think, work in the case where the player is expected to engage with the mechanic a shit ton of times during an average play session. We'll find a balance. We'll find a balance. I like the idea, Jormungandr. I like the general idea. The regenerating of the numbers, though. Not brute force, we may not make them random. The key could be A equals 16, which would make B 17. Okay, so just like shifting it. Okay, yeah, that is definitely one way that would resolve that problem. I can just see players be like, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Okay, that's 8. Let me visually picture this and play it in my head and see how it feels. The good thing is it is very easy to code. It's 100% easy to code. I don't hate the mini game. Though I feel like it's not logical enough. Like it doesn't it's just counting. Wonder if there's any way that we could make it more challenging. Brains. People really don't like Pirate Software, huh? I thought all his drama died down. He's still working on this game. Here's an idea that I had about 10 years ago but never used. Give the player something to sort. Numbers, tables, other, and the solution is only the highest and lowest things. They have an option for automation. Sort stuff automatically slowly. Pressure can come in forms of better sorting and options. I like the idea of sorting. Too pretentious. I kind of got that feeling when listening to him sometimes. I think I can also give off that vibe sometimes, to be honest. Sorting. I like the idea of sorting. The sorting is all logic based. It's all like, you know, pattern driven. Something that would engage the player by making them sort. Something with sorting and something with math would be great. Just only using even odds in some way, or also incorporate symbols for multi-letters. Like $sign could be some form of common multi-letter combination. If this is a lot to ask. If you could make a mock-up of how you see this. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, tomorrow and Wednesday we're going to be playing Next Fest demos on Steam. So we're going to have like a small break, and then we'll continue on Thursday and Friday with the hacking minigame stuff until we finish it. So even if it goes into next week, who cares? So we do have some time to like think. We don't have to get it all resolved today. This one feels solid and doable. This one I think is almost there and doable. These are both very simple from a implementation. Hey Lucky, what's the idea of the game? Type in !game and you can get a summary of the game idea. And right now we're working on a hacking mini game for it, so we're deep into the design, the high level design of that. No worries. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday. This is the stream where we force everybody who isn't smart to be smart, to think intelligently, and then all of us collectively have like 2 IQ. Mastermind is cool, and Mastermind we already have proven and working. The ASCII Minesweeper could be a little bit challenging depending on how we generate that, and I think same with the field of numbers, although they're pretty cool. Sorting. I'd have to think about that one. Something with math. That's the extent of my minigame design today. Something like horizontal privilege escalation. What might that look like? It all has to be done through a command line interface too. Because we do have like the 3D world where you're moving between different devices. You're gonna hit me, Jormungandr? That still doesn't help me figure it out. 4D multiversal command line prompting. You guys really want to break my brain, huh? Bell Raptor. Would it? Yeah, they would be in the same... So think of like Hitman, but you're playing as an AI. Hey Avnish, welcome. We're working on a hacking minigame for our larger hacking game. We're only 6 days into development, that's why it looks like this. I was getting the basic foundation of our device switching and input method handled, and now I want to jump into our command line interface, which we worked on last week. Like Overwatch? Like the FPS game? No, it's closer to it's closer to like Hitman, but you play as an AI, so you don't have like a physical body, but you can control other devices and other technology, and then use commands in different ways. Oh, Watch Dogs. Imagine like Hitman plus Watch Dogs, or like the Cyberpunk hacking minigame, but deeper. Our previous game we worked on was Colden Chronicles, but we weren't able to receive any funding for that, unfortunately. So we're moving to a new title now. This is our previous one that we had prototyped. Should be realistic. That is not up to me. I'm not the vision holder of this game. That is my friend and colleague. And I'm just doing some design for him. God, I have so many things open. Single pie cross row where the player has to specify only the quarantined boxes. I'm gonna be honest, the more ideas that I hear, the dumber I feel like I'm becoming. I'm like visualizing all these command line mini games and I'm just losing my mind thinking about them. You guys feel the same way? Please tell me I'm not the only dumb one here. I mean, is there some way that we can take your idea, Jormungandr, and like add math to it? Just let someone play Snake and at the end you write in big hacks. That would work. Hey, Fluffy Panda. You said game design? What's the difference between game design and development? Well, development is like the entire process of building a game, and game design is one aspect of the game's development. So I'm a game designer by trade, and what we do is primarily, it's kind of boring. It's writing documents and working in spreadsheets in a lot of cases. It's problem solving and communication, and apparently it's farts as well, thanks to Huge Cookie. If you could like make a mock-up, Jormungandr, of like the process of inputting the commands to get to the final stage, that would be cool. Kind of like what I did here with these. You don't write code? I do write code. Well, okay, a game designer doesn't necessarily. There's a game design is like one tree, and then there are branches where that kind of fall under game design. Like you have narrative design, sometimes level design falls under that. You have systems design, and you get more specialized as you create larger teams. So like a AAA company will have like a combat designer, an economy designer in some cases, and some of those might do prototyping or might use scripting to write code. Others might not. You know, a narrative designer probably isn't doing any coding. A systems designer might be doing prototyping or scripting. It just depends. I do visual scripting primarily, so all the everything that I've made here in the project has been made by me, using the visual scripting for nodes. Like you would see with stuff here. Hey, Miss Sophie. Good day. Checking back the latest video from Shut Up and Sit Down, a board game with a rules book without any text. Sadly, the board game itself will be out of stock for a long time. Send it in our Discord, I'm curious about that. Start with a password you already know or just want to access a folder or a file path, but the thing you are hacking doesn't use a QWERTY keyboard layout, but uses a Dvorak installed instead. So whatever you type with your keyboard gives something else, but consistently. That sounds funny, but maybe not the most enjoyable. But yeah, if you're curious about what a game designer does, I can tell you exactly what a game designer does. It's not as exciting as some people think. You don't get to be the ideas person. As much as some designers like to pretend that they are. Those are the worst ones to work with. design how the mastermind would work. From a visual perspective, well, let's also get the harder variant in here. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for the hierarchy. I appreciate that. There we go. Oh no, this is correct. Hold on. And we'll delete everything over to the right of this. Just to show like one column. Sorry, I use Unreal so much that, you know, it's just normal that right-clicking is to pan around. And in here it does this. It's very annoying. The above column is an example how we can obfuscate the right answer a bit to increase difficulty. Alright, the mastermind should be relatively easy, I think. Depends how many port... Well, we'd have to repeat numbers too. And the repeat numbers in mastermind absolutely increase the difficulty, so we could make lower difficulties not repeat numbers, and the higher security of the device could increase the difficulty of that. So first, for devices, you first scan for a vulnerability, and then you might have one or multiple options to break into that device, meaning you have one or more minigames that you can choose from. And in some cases, you might only have that one option, or we could even say that there's always at least two options, and then you can choose the minigame that you want to engage with. Maybe you feel more comfortable with one method over the other. Which I think is fair. It shouldn't be impossible to hack. You know, we want the player to win in the end, but there should be some obstacles and some challenge to get to that endpoint. It's ultimately what game design is, right? Moving the player from point to point using that gameplay. Has a simple solution though. Just type the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog as your first line. Comes out as garbage on the command line, but also gives you instantly a solution. This is true. I like the ideas. Like any sort of brainstorming is not about good idea, bad idea, but about how does an idea lead into another one? How does it encourage somebody's brain to think in a different way, right? So do we want to do... We could visualize this with differently colored circles. Let me grab a Unicode circle. Oh, it's bright. Oh. That one isn't supported, I guess. That one looks weird. Okay. We can get fonts to have like different shapes and shit. But for the sake of... How do we gamify this though? What are you doing, like guessing the port number? Most creators are I watched talk about development as solo dev, beginner friendly stuff, so I don't know about game design and large project. Work on Darkest Dungeon, so I thought I would ask you. Yeah, so we're not trying to be like solo developer. I personally don't like being a solo developer, so I like to work with other people who have their own, you know, views and strengths and weaknesses that we can all help each other with. But game design on a larger project is going to be communication, problem solving, enabling, blueprinting in terms of like blueprinting ideas and how to create them for the team. So you would have like a design, you know, you would create some sort of documentation, right? And that can be anything. It could be a Word document. It could just be pictures. It could be a flow chart. It could be all of the above. It could be a video. Anything that helps you to communicate how the idea should look and work in the engine that you would give to the programmers, to the, you know, sound designers, to the UI UX team, to the artists. Each of them might have different methods of communicating or different requirements of what they need in order to implement the feature, right? So for a sound designer, if you're working on like a steam locomotive, you need to indicate to them how, you know, what sounds do you need, what actions should be creating sounds, and then they'll create those sounds, and then you need to dictate to programmers, or you might, you know, be a liaison between the sound designers and the programmers about when those sounds should play. Should there be any concurrency on those sounds? If it's a sound that can be, you know, like a button that can be spammed, should the sound wait until it's finished before playing again? You know, you can kind of just trickle down the requirements of every feature into all these different parts, and the designer's ultimately going to be the one that is kind of the vision holder or the owner of that feature and how those things should work. And then you would create consistency between all those features of the game. There's a lot. Larger studios, the line between a designer and producer is also extremely blurry and will almost always differ from studio to studio. Yeah, I think that designers should handle bits of production. I think that usually, like, senior designers either become like one of two or three things. You either become a lead designer, you stay a senior designer, or you become a producer, because designers do need to know a bit about everybody's business. They need to know how to communicate with programmers and artists, all the lingo, all the terms, different methods of achieving certain things, maybe not how to do those things, but how you want it to look. And if you can't communicate that properly, ultimately, I think that's what separates like a junior designer from a senior designer. So it's not as like, you're not the idea guy. There is no idea guy on the team. The entire team is the people who have the ideas. And the more that you enable the team to provide you with ideas, the more agency and ownership they feel over the project as a whole, right? If they come in and work for 3 years on something where everything that they recommend gets denied because the designer is some egotistical asshole who thinks only his or her ideas is what's best, nobody's going to feel like they should make the game better because they don't feel like this is their game either. So, you know, the designers are just kind of there absorbing, and then filtering all these ideas through your core vision of the game, your pillars, your gameplay loop, you know, your target audience for sure is a big one too. It's like there are great ideas, but our game's meant for kids. And this idea is way too complex for kids to understand. So it's cool, it's immersive, it fits within, you know, what we are trying to achieve, but the audience is entirely different from what we're trying to make. And that's ultimately what a designer is going through. So there's a lot of no, this idea won't work from a designer, but the reason is because they hear idea, they filter it, they gamify it, they compare it to the core pillars, the rest of the gameplay, the systems that they have, and then the amount of time it would take, the team structure, the capabilities of the team, the technology that you're using, and it's, you know, it has to filter through all these different things until it's like, okay, yes, this could work. Now let's go to the drawing board. Let's create the high level. Let's prototype it. Let's work on the low level. Pass it over to the balancing, and then we can send out the required, you know, requests from the UI UX team, how it should look, the art team if we need icons, you know, animations if it's like some character feature or a new like weapon type. Then you know, localize, QA, all these things. Games are just this multi-varied, complex web of communication and teamwork that is kind of just held together by duct tape in some cases. Not by choice, usually, but just because there's so many moving parts. So game design is sitting kind of on the top, along with like the producers, along with the creative director, but that doesn't mean that they have... It doesn't mean that that's like some, you know, they're not king. It's just they're the ones that need to be the blueprint and the vision holders, and then that gets communicated throughout the rest of the teams. It's black magic sometimes. Yeah, it is kind of black magic. There's a lot of glue and duct tape behind the scenes as well. Sometimes there are bugs in your level, and you know how you fix them? You do this. Oh, there's a weird thing in our one of our meshes. It's sticking up out of the ground. Okay, I'm just gonna put a rock here. Now the thing sticking out of the ground isn't visible. Problem solved. You have a write-up. Where in Discord do you want me to put it? You can DM me if you want. DM Maester Silvio, not Riley the Raptor. That is the bot. A lot of people DM the bot. Is it, Frizz? Oops, bumped my keyboard. Channel verification level is too high. To DM me? You should be able to DM me. Add me as a friend first in Discord, and then send it to me. Look what I heard about a decade ago. Making games is like building a boat, except you're only allowed to use smoke, mirrors, cardboard, and duct tape, and the final boat has to carry a freight container across the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yep. Alright, now you can send it. Send? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's look at it. Okay, A equals 16. You have 7, 16, negative 7. Would it not just like overflow? The initial code looks like this: 7, number, number, number. But for example, we will use 1 key for the whole puzzle. So you get shown this, right? But for the sake of like your example, you get shown this. And you get told A is 16. And so we'd have to work backwards in this case. I see what you mean. My issue with it is that it seems like frustrating counting. I don't hate it. But there's not a lot of dynamic... There's not like a dynamic aspect to it. No, I'm not. I don't want you to feel like I'm shitting on you or the idea. I imagine myself playing this, and I don't think this one works for me. Easy to do, which I appreciate. Much better than like Minesweeper or some shit like that. No, I think the deciphering is fine. I like the idea of deciphering. But I can see myself... I feel like this one would get old pretty fast. I mean, some of the ones, just so you know, some of the ones I've designed might get old fast too. Don't get me wrong there. Maybe there's a way we can rework this into... Like, I like the idea of the negative sign and using the alphabet. Yeah, but that's the problem, is that the new code makes me have to do all the math, all the, like, the mental counting over again. It's not really math, it's more like just counting. And I think that's where it just becomes a little tiring, like exhausting. Like, I just figured out this one and did the counting, you know, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S. Witness type puzzle. Yeah, but that's really hard to do in like a command interface. I love the Witness though. One of my favorite puzzle games. Brilliantly made. Some people don't agree, but I really like the witness. But it's really hard to make in a command line. I think that same with like our Minesweeper idea and the field of numbers. These two will be really hard to make in a command prompt, like a terminal, right? Minigames are hard. Yeah. No, I kind of wish that we did have some visual element, but the challenge of doing it all in a command terminal is, I think we can all agree, very annoying. But it will be unique. We'll take whatever time we need to make these. And even if we just start by having, you know, like these two or something, we just randomly choose which one. Where are they? We can always continue to think of ideas to add on to this as we continue development. But today, I'll just focus the entire day on these minigames. We'll get what we have. I'll show him to Cuthbert. He might not like one of these or both of these. So the more that I can show him, the more he might be agreeing with. Because he's in cybersecurity. He might have some problems. He might want to make something more complex. But I think with the target audience that we're aiming for, about 2 minutes to solve each of these is definitely the goal. I like this. I don't know. I just need to think about it. And some way to incorporate math into this could be doable. Hey, Mumsy. Really good to see you guys today. You guys are watching me create mini games in Notepad. I hope you have me up on like a second monitor, or better yet, minimized in the background. How do we want to do this mastermind, though? Do we want to give the player any hints? Do we want to give them a starting point? Like guess one of the numbers, or maybe just generate a range of ports? Do we just throw them in the deep end? I almost feel like Mastermind doesn't show enough. Like if you're just guessing these numbers, how do we show? Oh, can I get these into? That is not the right color. Oh, I see. They are kind of different, but not really. Yeah, that doesn't really help me in Notepad, does it? That's annoying. That won't work. I can throw images in here, though, if we need to. Here's the thing though, do I need to explain Mastermind if Mastermind already exists? Fuck me. This doesn't exist anywhere. And this doesn't exist anywhere, so I had to explain how these work, but I think that we could literally just put in a block and say, guessing the port number, it's Mastermind. Finding vulnerable port. Literally mastermind. Harder difficulties would increase amount of numbers and or add in multiples, duplicate numbers. I don't see any reason of making some representation of it. I'll just find like an online mastermind game and throw in a link. Beautiful. Hey, hi, howdy. Jawigir. Beautiful. Oskuram. Zagraj sam. Actually, this site has some other mini games too. Some solitaires. Memory games? Oh god. I think I'll skip adding memory games to hacking. I mean, you don't even need it because you would have the console, right? So you could just look at what was printed before. So memory games don't really work for hacking. I mean, there is a way that we could make them work. I made a hacking minigame for my old 5M server. If it's done in like a command line terminal, sure. If it's not, it wouldn't really be relevant. Because we have to make the hacking all done through a command line terminal. Yeah. It's the biggest unfortunate aspect to this, because there's so many cool hacking and like minigame ideas that have been shared in chat, but there's not really any good way to, you know, to ASCII them, right? Like we can do with these ones. ASCII Minesweeper. Developing the ASCII Minesweeper could be pretty challenging. Do you have a history, a background in cybersecurity? I do not, but the creator of the vision holder of this game does. And so I run everything by him. Because we worked on a game called Cauldron Chronicles before, which was a open world alchemy RPG. And that was my idea, and so we're switching over to his. And to work on that. We spent 200 something days working on this. I was pretty happy with how it ended up. We learned a lot from it anyway. This was just our prototype. But it was fun. Consider creating a fake file system and having the user use basic Linux inspired commands. Maybe even Salzman. So there will be a command line interface that you use normally, and each device will have its own commands. So like this is a turret, so you can either control the turret directly, so like jump into the turret like you would here. Let's pretend this is a turret, and then we can do stuff with this, right? We have our own inputs, we can fire things, we can do things. Or you can remotely hack it and run these commands in order to control it remotely. But this might use like some resource or something. But this way you could like remotely control, you could directly control a CCTV, remotely hack into the turret, and then get it to like update its targeting preferences and, you know, move it around and then fire with it. Using commands to take down a firewall. Exactly, yeah. Or you could take control of a cleaning robot, like a little Roomba. Good for reconnaissance. Not really good for anything else. But it's good for reconnaissance, right? They don't have microphones, so you can't hear anything with it. You would be limited to only visuals. But it does have a front and a bottom camera. The bottom camera, though, is a little bit weird because it's just infrared. But if you can get yourself over like some metal grates or, you know, a glass walkway or something, you would be able to see below you. Plus, you can hack into the smartphone that owns the robot and get a map of the area that it's cleaned. Hack into someone's Alexa to listen in. Can't call Amazon, gotta call Rainforest Jessica, yeah. Fucking Rainforest Jessica. That's funny. But yeah, so the devices that you hack into have their own limitations of what senses they have available, right? So like a turret, again, probably wouldn't have a microphone. Cleaning robot, probably not. CCTV, probably would. Some of them might not have cameras, but they might have, like you said, like the Alexa can listen in, so we would want to have a like visual representation of, you know, things talking and how far away they might be. And you will be able to change the color of your command line if you really want. Please never do this. Nerd fonts. Yeah, you can change the font. Like, fuck it. You want Comic Sans? Your Comic Sans AI hacking. Something with sorting, something with math. Minigames in command terminal with math. What are you trying to find there? Probably the port number, right? Like, these are for finding the password. We have one thing for finding port. Something else for finding the port number would be nice. But this just seems boring on the surface. Like, here's the port number and then do the math to find the actual port number. Nah, it's gotta be, there's gotta be some intermediary there. Plus, it has to be relatively simple math. It has to be, yeah, how do we make math fun? The fuck do how would I even accomplish that? I think sorting would be, you know, much more interesting. But it's still, why is the player sorting? What are they sorting? How does the sorting lead to a proper result? School's been trying to make math fun for years, it doesn't work. Patterns are, I think, I don't know. Math can't be the driver. I did want to do something with binary. Could we do something with binary math? Like, here's some information about the port, but it's binary. Although that's, you know, the basic port number with binary is simple, right? It'd be much more interesting if there were some like pieces of text in there. Let me check something. Nins. Interesting. Oh. We have 3 5 digits, 3 4 digits, and 4 3 digits. We could do binary, but put it into... Yeah, but that would not translate well. I mean, granted, this one wouldn't translate well either. Imagine if we have the game in other languages. We'd have to make a whole bunch of words. Well, it's pretty easy to just grab a list of 10,000 words in some other language. But it has to be in... I don't know, that could be nasty for translating. Imagine like Arabic. How do you do Arabic hacking with this sort of minigame? The numbers are better for that. Fuck. I get the port in binary. Hacks need to convert binary to hex. Hacks mean else to turn hex to decimal. It doesn't make too much sense. I don't know, maybe I had an idea. No, it's something, whatever, like, it doesn't have to be a good idea. It just has to spark one of us to have the good idea, right? That's what brainstorming is. Yeah, if we limit ourselves to... Yeah, this one is just... This is a red flag. Because this wouldn't translate. We can't assume everybody playing knows English. They would have to be number-based. Even alphabets can be dangerous, because like here in Poland, there's certain letters that don't appear in their language at all. Like a V. There's no Polish V. We're in a language no one speaks. That's why it's hard for everyone. There is? There's no V in Polish. There's just a W that is pronounced like V. I think there's also something else missing in the Polish alphabet. Video? Wait, is there? Which one's missing then? Q, V, and X. Yeah, but you're right, there is video. So it's only, I guess, like recent words that are being, like Ponglish, right? Is the term for it? English words, but just pronounced in Polish. A lot of like technological terms are like that. So there's a lot of game dev terms that are just the English word, but they're pronounced in Polish. It's pretty fun. Interesting, yeah. But yeah, like Q and X. I agree that we could do it in a language nobody speaks. I agree with that. But that might be pretty hard to create. You have those in your alphabet and on keyboard too? You have those on your keyboard? How do you do that? Nope. Fluffy Panda, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. You guys are getting us really, really close to 900 followers. Ichi Art, thank you as well. If we get to 1,000, I'm doing a full 24-hour stream. That'll be hell. But we'll play some games together, and then I'll get tired. I'll rant. I'll probably say something that gets me canceled. I'll pull out the alcohol. It'll be good. Estonian layout. Windows supports it, and there are keyboards with those letters printed on as well. It's pretty cool. 24-hour cancel stream. 20. We'll see. 20. We'll have 24 hours to get canceled, and then it'd be like hour 2. How you guys doing today? If we're limited to numbers, then how difficult do you want this to be? I want these to be about 2 minutes to solve. But there can be harder ones. But on average, let's aim for like 2 minutes. It can be 3 minutes. It can be 1 minute. Well, let's aim for like 2. And you're in a terminal. Like, imagine that you're playing the game and you load this up, right? Should probably be larger than this one, but smaller than this one, and probably on the bottom of the screen. 2 minutes for American or a smart person. Just shut up. 2 minutes for the average human. What if your terminal was Kitty and you had GPU rendering? Huh? Looking for some inspiration for making puzzles, so this is great. This stream is good if you want to feel smart because you can just watch a stupid person design puzzles. I love playing puzzle games. I'm pretty good at puzzle games. I'm not good at designing puzzles. That's a whole different ballpark. And I'm not even in this stadium. Have you played the infiltration minigames in Bitburner? I have not. Otherzek. Also, how you doing? I'm bad at all the above. Average human is like Indian-Chinese mix. I don't even know how to respond to that. Have you not seen the terminals with GPU rendering images and all sorts? I have not seen those. Send me a link. Or we're probably not going to do like a terminal with GPU rendering. I think it'll just be classic. Caffeine hasn't hit yet. I feel you on that. I want something in binary. I want to deal with binary because binary is really easy to learn. It's pretty cool. And something with binary math would also be awesome. Maybe you do just get spit out like a whole bunch of binary, right? And you have to, you know, like minus, plus, multiply. And that would result in your port number. Didn't you do text like that in PRF? Yes, what I did was I changed it to a monospace font, Lucida Console, and then I just put spaces. So that was nice. Can you make it like Chrome Dino game in console? What is Chrome Dino? Oh, this game? Okay, I know this one. Can I make this? I don't know. The game shouldn't be based around the console. The console should just be an aspect of the game. And I think that in gameplay percentages, maybe the player is spending 10-15% in consoles. Maybe closer to 20. Is this a terminal? I will ask Kotspur what he wants. I don't know if he wants more like classic terminal or something more fancy like this. Some of this stuff could get pretty hard to implement. As cool as it looks. Smiling people, oh my, that must mean that your product is very good, because look at this. She uses it and she's smiling, he uses it and he uses it, they're both smiling. That must mean that it's just so excellent. Yeah, they're happy. And you could be happy too if you downloaded Warp. Make them use bitwise operations to form specific values. Keep it on theme. How would we use bitwise operations to form the values? Because result has to be number, right? Port number. Let's actually be, this would be 4 minus 2. 2 plus, or 8, 16, 18, 72? Am I dumb? We'd have to get numbers a lot larger than this then. Do it properly, or just do a lot more like multiplication and stuff. And maybe before you enter the result, you could do the math in the terminal as well. So as long as you can read the numbers, you can just write it out, right? Give it ration the number of operations you give them so they only get X shifts and Y ands and so on. How would we do bitwise operations with this though? Or do you mean like some other minigame where we would have to do bitwise operations? I like this though. I think this could work. Forcing the player to do math. The only problem is if we do multiplications and divisions, and we want the player to be able to write this out in the command line to maybe help them, right? That way you don't have to do the mental math, but you can write it down. We would have to require the player, or we would either have to require the player to put in the order of operations based on what we've written here, or write it in a way that is order of operations friendly. Do you need documentation somewhere about how to write a GDD or how to present your game's pillars? I mean, I have GDDs, and I have a preferred way of presenting game pillars. Though I think that every game is going to be a little bit different in that. Some games are more simple, right? And some are more complex. I like doing pillars with like, you know, if you ever look at like a Roman pillar, where they have these sections of stone, not the giant ones, like, but like these, where you have those clear sections of stone that they layer on top of one another. This is how I kind of feel about pillars, not just the single piece of stone that it's all chiseled from. So when you're thinking of a game pillar that's supposed to hold up your foundation, I like to think of a few things that describe how that works. So for instance, for Colton Chronicles, we have like the depth through simplicity. And there are 3 ways that I can describe that help to define how that's going to look. Because I can just say depth through simplicity is a pillar, but then I have to describe it and explain it every time I talk about it. And this is a nice way for me to add in brief but understandable ways that we achieve that. So that's kind of the way that I prefer to visualize pillars, personally. And God of War kind of did something similar. This was for the 2016 version, well, the new one before Ragnarok. And so, you know, this doesn't go into super great detail in some cases, but you can see how they wanted to accomplish certain things and what they wanted to hold in the forefront. Personally, I think that stuff like discovery is lame, and exploration is an action that should lead to discovery. But, you know, as long as you can describe it to your team, I think that you're good to go, and then it makes sense. Just so much exploration that you can do in God of War. Some of those things, there's always inevitably going to be ways that you need to describe it further, right? And that's why I like to do these sub-pillars with explanations. Like, we can say systems that are easy to learn but hard to master, or fewer item types, many uses, but what does this actually mean to the gameplay? Loops are another one that people often overthink. I think most gameplay loops are really simple. And they do often involve sub-loops. Like, I can say explore open world. Okay, what do you do in the open world? Define that in terms of the actions and the activities that the player has available. But ultimately, I'm exploring the open world to what? Collect ingredients. To make potions. To give those to the NPC. To obtain a reward. Moving from point to point. Remember that one interrogation scene in KOTOR where the alternative route had you do a bunch of math, get the natural log of some number and so on? I do not remember that. I don't know if I did that. I played that game when I was a kid, but I don't remember if I got to that part. Oh, binary math. We could just do simple like pluses and minuses, but I feel like doing addition or doing multiplications and divisions would be cool to have for harder difficulties. The numbers don't need to be too crazy. But how well can we assume that people can do mental math? Yeah, work computer. Thanks for the info. Yeah, if you want to talk about it more, John Wilkes, we can go into like some details. Either like tomorrow or Wednesday, because we're doing not Kickstarter, Steam Next Fest demos. Or we can just talk about it in like the Discord or something. And it might be easier to chat there. It'd be cool to make some videos about game design though, and like teaching people. I'd have to schedule those. You didn't have enough RAM to play. You can just download more RAM. What are you talking about? Just, if you want more RAM, you can just download it. I would like 16 gigabytes more. Oh, nice. Retrieving all the RAM. Nice. Very nice. 16 gigabytes more of RAM. We just got it. Beautiful. That easy. What are the mental math capabilities of the average human? Mental math capabilities of the average human. Has anybody ever done like a study on it? Let's ask Grok. How good is the average human at mental math? What would be the most number of operations that the average, most number and complexity of operations the average human could complete mentally before becoming overwhelmed? Curious of what it thinks, and if it can even find any like research papers on this. Most adults can mentally add or subtract single-digit numbers or double-digit numbers with minimal carrying and borrowing. Yeah. Multiplication and division are slower. Definitely. And that's where like port numbers could get kind of nasty, because port numbers are usually 4 to 5 digits. And definitely we could get the player to handle probably 2 digits just fine, or even a final multiplication to get to that 3rd digit. But you know, if we're trying to find 4 digits, I mean, what if you're doing something like this, but solving for each digit individually? That could be doable. Number key? How are you making those trades? Yeah, division could get nasty. Division could get nasty if it isn't easily divisible. Calculations involving 4+ operations, numbers with 3+ digits, or mixed operations often overwhelm the average person due to working memory overload. At this point, most people need to write things down or use a calculator. Yeah, and I really don't want to make it so complex or annoying that the player has to grab a calculator. That would not be fun. It would not be great. If it's single digit, easily divisible, or easily multiplicable, I'm sure there's a word for that, then we could probably do it. A reasonable upper limit for the average person might be a problem like 45 plus 28 multiplied by 3 minus 17. I think Grok is honestly taking the average human I don't know. First number is how many steps for first digit in port number, then count to the next the same amount you landed on. Loop around if needed, last digit is the key. First number is how many steps for first digit in port number. Let me see that. So you start with the first one, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or are you saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? But where are you starting the count? You're saying like 5 after this, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would be the first? Because you got 2, so it would have to be including this one. On the first, okay. Yeah, I was doing it in my head, I'm like, that's not the right number. I mean, it doesn't, either way, whatever counting method is used, you get a result, right? And so, okay. It's simple and fast. Is there any progression or way to make it more complex? Because it might be a little bit too fast. Minecraft Alpha soundtrack, so good. Like a step-based minigame. You make it like a grid. Let's imagine those are different for the moment. Let's imagine all the numbers are random. You know, could we do like some down 5? And then, you know, like right. What a node traversal system. Say they're like, it's like 10 nodes and you need to get to a specific node to get the intel. Commands just scan, info where current node can lead to, analyze. So like a text-based mini game, like where can I move to? Yeah, like find the secret room. That might take longer than the 2 minutes. I like the idea though. I think it's fun. I think it'd be fun to have something in the game, like a text-based mini. You know, I'll put the Crypts of Woe, my text-based mini game, in the game that you can play in like the main menu or something. Easy but still requires effort. You can make it more complex by having a long number. You get a 9-digit, solve that, and you get whatever comes up next and solve that. Yeah, that's doable. What if you have to do this? Okay, well, hold on. What if we go like the chess move number, right? Where you have like, let's say D5, U3, U2, R8 L3 or something, right? And we could even just break this up for the sake of reading it better. And your grid looks more like this. In this way, you find the binary number, and then you have to convert that to number to the actual number. That way, there's no math involved, but there is spatial movement, and then the decryption. So in this case, it would be 5. Hold on. And then you could run a math sum. So we could say, like, let's say the player's never good at math. They could do 64 plus 32 plus 4 plus 1, and then they would get the result of 101. That would be the port, right? So there is math involved, but it's only addition if you need to run it. And it's a multi-step minigame. It's all numbers. There is math, which I wanted, and there's binary, so it solves all the necessities. Numbers only, binary, and has math. And it would be easy to code. Would it be easy? Let me think here. This would be the hardest. Make them write the math in reverse Polish notation. What the fuck is reverse Polish notation? How would we program this? I feel like I would almost have to make this. Would we choose first the number that we need to obtain? Oh god, it could be really complex. When you write 3 4 plus instead of 3 plus 4, what the fuck is that? There's no way that's a real thing. Let me go to the bathroom. You're a liar. Sex a liar, mom. Oh, oh. raining? No more rain. That's good. It was raining earlier pretty hard. Hey, Buster D. My lies have their own wiki page. The door is squeaky. Metahuman moved into UE 5.6. Yes. No. Yes. I think. And I think too with 5.6 that Metahuman is now free for everybody. It doesn't have to just be used in Unreal. Also, how you doing, Lepus? Weren't you here earlier? Or am I mistaken that? Oh, you weren't? Okay. Sorry about that. Saw we... This... Okay, I like the idea of this. I think that it'll be a little bit of a pain in the ass to create, though. Because I almost don't know what to start with. Like, do I make the grid first? Find a number and then find a way to make that number with the grid? Do I... I mean, I guess there's... Fuck. I guess what I could do is make the number first, translate it to binary, and then determine the vector position of those ahead of time, and then just randomly generate. And when we hit one of the vector positions that should be set, we place that predetermined number there instead. We choose a random starting point that isn't one of those vector positions, and then we build from number to number the way to get to that. I think that would do it. That sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds kind of annoying, but a lot of fun. I haven't been able to push 5.6 to its limits yet. But I'm kind of I'd love to pull Golden Chronicles into 5.6, but there's so many plugins that I think even just getting it to run without errors, well, I could probably do it. And just disable all the gameplay elements and load up the level itself. We'll see. Just to see how much better it runs compared to 5.4. But good to know, humans kind of suck at mental math. So if we give them super simple numbers to add up, this could work. And we only need to teach people how to read binary. And I don't think teaching people how to read binary is... It might be hard to teach non-binary people. Alright. Come on, that was pretty funny. That was a dad joke, right? That was the daddest of jokes. You go and woke there. No, if anything, that was an anti-woke joke. Which I admit, I don't like the woke crowd. I don't like all these labels of people that are extreme. Just be a person. I don't care what the fuck you do with your life. Finding vulnerable port. Mastermind way. This is also finding a port, but is there another way that we can frame what the player's actually doing here? Maybe like tracing. What you're doing is tracing data through ports by doing the binary. Tracing data through ports. And this is, what can we call this? Binary stepping. Did any of you guys like being stepped on? Like as a fetish? Like actually being stepped on. Like you're laying on the ground and somebody is stepping on you. Does anybody actually like that? It doesn't sound great. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, if the person was like light enough, it's gonna crack your back. I guess it'll make you feel good, but does it turn you on to be stepped on? Or is it mainly the allure of just having somebody put their foot on you? Like not stepping, like putting their full weight, but more just... Hold on, let me find an image. I can't show this on stream. Okay, this one's safe. This one is safe. This one's tame. There's a couple that are definitely not safe here, but this one is 100% okay. Oh wait, hold on. No, not that one. Does this turn you on, chat? Is anybody getting a little, you know, tinkly in their pants from this? You know, it's like, I guess it's the idea of domination, right? I mean, imagine she's like in some uniform. We'll put her in a uniform. She needs like a hat, right? There, she now has a hat. And she's got a badge. Let's see. That's her badge. And she's got a pistol. She needs a pistol. Okay. That's her gun. Does this...
I'm gonna come.
I guess it does. I guess it turns Rex on. Looks like exercise with a weight on your lower back. Not safe. Nothing attractive about that ankle roll? I see. What about finding port in Mastermind in color-coded black, white, pink, red, and then use ASCII to convert to numbers, and then do math on it to find port? Here's the thing. I think the Mastermind might take up too long of time. I worry that this might be one of the lengthier minigames. And so if we add more complexity to it, it might make it take too long. I want these all to take about the same amount of time to complete. Plus minus, you know, like 30 seconds or something on average. We'll see. We'll write these down. We'll get them implemented. We'll test them. We'll see how we feel about them, if they're fun or not. And if they're just not going to be fun, we'll just discard them with them. If we feel like they need to be added on to or made simpler, we can do that too. Maybe we'll start with these 4. Because we know for sure that like finding password or going through a vulnerable port are cool. The software versions, I really don't know how to gamify vulnerable software versions. I don't really know what to do with that. But I think these 4 will be a good start. Order for the player to trace data through a port properly, like a package, right? Or like a data package. Have to step through the destinations that the packet took. I don't like the wording on that, but maybe it's okay. This will result in a binary number. This binary number has to be decoded to determine the port number. I kind of hate too that this one probably wouldn't work, much as I hate to say it. What are you gonna do? You group these together. Here, there's Control G. Oh. There we go. New shaders can compile fast. Get a good, if you have a good CPU as well, if you have like a large world with a whole bunch of like nav mesh stuff, you can watch that zoom too. Pretty fun. Fuck, stop that, God. This one might not be possible due to a requirement to know English and the difficulty in making it work in some languages. It depends on what languages we support, to be fair. What is this app you're using? This is called PureRef, which you can obtain for free or for a donation if you want. So choose your own price. Very, very useful. Software versions can be a silly high-low game. Try 5.3. The one thing with the software versions is I wanted to make this a... Okay, so every device could have a security level, right? Which determines the difficulty in hacking. I was thinking it would be cool to change software versions, like upgrade or downgrade them to ones with different vulnerabilities, but if you downgrade, you might have fewer features, and if you upgrade, you might have access to more features. But maybe increasing the security level or something because there are patches. So I've been playing around with the idea of how we might be able to to upgrade or downgrade devices remotely or through like the network. Sounds complicated? If it's done automatically, it depends on the way that it's shown and the way that you actually interact with the upgrading and downgrading. But it could just be overcomplicated. It definitely shouldn't be done for prototype. That's more of like a, let's determine if we want this for vertical, in which case we'll do it for vertical, otherwise save it for the sequel or something. Already planning for a sequel. It's just a phrase. It's just a phrase. I made it up. I don't like to admit it, but I made it up. Save it for the sequel. It's nothing new though. Billion other people have had that idea. You could always punt on the minigames, embed a Lua interpreter, and steal challenges from Advent of Code. I'll ask Kotspur what he thinks. I'll have him read through this today and tell me what he thinks. I don't really have a whole lot of references for this either because it's pretty unique. You can make Zoomers do basic tasks. I think I'm kind of pushing out a lot of the Zoomers because this requires math. And I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. We need like a starting point. How many? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 8. That's fine. Let's just randomly throw some stuff in here. Oop. It's relatively equal in terms of zeros and ones, I think. Maybe a bit more zeros than ones, but that's fine. And let's actually just make the port number that we want here. Let's do... I don't know, 4048. Fuck it. That is our goal. How can we create? First, I need... Oh, thank you. A credit card number is copied and secured. Appreciate that. It's not a credit card number, but thank you, Opera. It's a little bit boring of a number, but it's fine. Sometimes that happens. We need a starting point. The @ is the starting point of the data packet. here. We can say we need to get 6 ones in a row. Should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, oops, that's not right. I might have typed it in wrong. Up 1, right 5 takes us here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Then 4 zeros in a row. I think that's correct. Up 1, right 5, down 3, left 2. I meant to type 4 here because I'm dumb. Up 4, left 4. Down 6, R1, up 2, R2, R2, up 4. The problem is how big this number is. And that could be kind of annoying for the player have to go, okay, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, 2048. You have some pretty large port numbers. But I think that power of 2 notation is relatively... For moderately intelligent people, I think that they understand power of 2. Would the people playing a Hitman-like hacking minigame understand power of 2? With a basic tutorial, right? And something that they could pull up on, like, to remind themselves. Can we teach players binary? They don't even have to do the mental math. They just need to be able to write, okay, I know that this is the 2048 one, right? So I can just do 2048. Here's my sum. Or just even write it in the command terminal, right? Because that's easy to parse. They're not going to pull up a tutorial. They're going to ask ChatGPT. Well, using an AI to resolve problems in an AI game, I have to hand it to him, right? Is that really the result? Kind of simple, isn't that? Now I'm checking on the calculator just to make sure. No, it's correct. I think this one's a good starting point, but it might either be a bit too simplistic or a little bit too annoying with the math. But if the player can parse the math in the command line, which we should be able to do, then really they just have to know what the digits represent, which shouldn't be too hard to teach. I hope. Maybe they could run like a, if we have this like hacking resource, I don't know what we're gonna call it yet, but think of it like hacking stamina. Maybe they could utilize that to run a program like binary to int or something, and then just throw this in. And it would cost like, I don't know, just one hacking stamina, something really cheap or whatever. You mean Mountain Dew? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. So I guess there are ways that we can help the player along if they need it. I love this song. Really good instrument choice with this song. And honestly, the whole Endless Legend soundtrack was fucking good. It is not monospaced. Oh. That is monospace. Okay, thank you. Given a set of instructions and your binary grid, start at the @ symbol and decode the binary. Yeah, I'm only worried about this one just because of the math that the player would have to do. Or teaching the player what the digits mean. As a kid, I used to have a binary clock. That was pretty cool. I felt really smart having that. A bit of a pain in the ass to read though sometimes, but it looked cool. It was one of these. Yeah, it looked like this pretty much. Hours, minutes, and seconds. Looks strange. It is 10, 30... Wait. I'm dumb. Sorry. Zeros. It's 21. 21. So it's military time. 21, 36, and 39 seconds. You know, watch like this on it. I think they do make binary watches. Binary watch would be pretty cool. That's a conversation starter. I kind of like that. I actually kind, yeah, I kind of like that. That's pretty cool. I bet you could even pour, like, you could even make something yourself, because this is really easy to make. And then just pour like some resin, or you could put glass on top, but I was thinking you could pour some resin in, which would be very hard and durable. But it would scratch easily, I bet. Probably so cheap to replace, honestly. It would be a fun DIY project just to make your own binary watch. I remember one of my uncles had one of the early smartwatches where you could play like Pong on it and everything, using the dial as to move the Pong thing up and down. Something like this. I don't know if it was one of the original Apple Watches, but it was something. That's pretty cool. I just have one of those fitness Fitbits nowadays, so I can get stressed out looking at how high my heart rate is, which only increases my heart rate more until it spirals out of control and I have a heart attack. That was a smart move. I did learn my average heart rate is actually very, very high. It's a little bit scary. Your Fitbit just died one day while I was charging. Oops. Rip. What's average? I'm sitting here with 72. You think that's good? I don't know, man. I can like start walking upstairs and it gets to like 130, 140. Heart rate sitting in chair. Oh, maybe it is okay. Charge 5? It is one of the charge ones. I don't remember. I think it's like charge 3 or something. Let me try to figure it out. Bit. No, not OnlyFans. Where does it show me? I think I can see it. Fitbit sometimes counts 10 BPM plus. Oh, really? All I know is that if you drink alcohol, holy shit, does your heart rate go up. It's crazy how you can be laying in bed slightly drunk and your heart rate can just be like 90 to 100. Your body works crazy. It's a little scary too. If you're like not drunk enough that you don't care, but if you're sober enough to actually still care and like look at it, that's pretty wild. 170 running on a treadmill. Fuck, I don't even want to know what I would get on a treadmill. Ooh. Oh, you have to smoke weed then. Oh yeah, balance it out. Your result, following the method above, should give you you can then do mental math or use the console, maybe expending a hacking stamina, whatever, to do the math for you. Your final port number is 4048. Get 180 on treadmill, 130 often. 130 on a treadmill is pretty good. I live at like the top of a apartment building, so I have to walk up like five flights of stairs. And with like bags after shopping, easily could hit 140 doing that. I feel pretty good about this. I should try, I don't know, I should really work out more. I don't work out and then I drink and eat a bit improperly. I'm a bit fat. Let's just be honest. I'm a bit fat. I'm not overweight. I'm at the like higher end of healthy. Speaking of smoking weed, I've never smoked weed. I've never done any drugs. Only thing I do is abuse caffeine and alcohol. That's my poison. And it's a lot of poison. Alcohol's a drug? No, it's a cure. What are you talking? It's a miracle tonic. I don't drink to forget. I drink to remember. That's how bad my memory is. It doesn't work, to be honest, but I keep trying. You only drank alcohol once in your life. What did you try? What did you try that was so bad that you never drank anymore? Oh, it felt amazing. You never felt anything like that in your life. I haven't drunk alcohol since about 10 years. I tried other stuff. I commend people for staying sober and stuff. I never try to push things on people. Sometimes I forget that I have sober friends and I'm like, hey, you want to go get a beer? But it's never like, I don't push it. They just remind me I don't drink beer. It's like, oh, fuck yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. Let's go someplace else then. Peer pressure is bad. Don't pressure your friends into doing bad things. That's naughty. And naughty people deserve spanking. Should I add a spank sound effect to the chat? You guys want to be able to spank? I'm gonna add it. Let me find one. How does this one sound? Fapping? No way, dude. There's a fucking fapping sound effect on Pixabay. I don't even think I could. I think I might get in trouble if I play this. But look at the tags for it. Monkey, choking, whacking. It's got 2 likes. Wait, let me look up like a smack. Ooh! Ooh, that was a good one. Let's get that one. I'll get you guys a spank. You guys have been so good today. You guys deserve a new sound effect. That will be really loud though. Make it reverb? Okay, I think I can make it reverb. Delay reverb. Hard to hear. Hold on. Oh, echo? Is that not the same thing? Delay time. I don't even hear it working though, that's the thing. Do I have to like add some like white noise or something? God, I don't know how to do this. Artist reverb? Yeah, but I think I added. I did make that. Or no, I didn't make that one. I did the moan reverb and echo in Audacity, but it was so long ago I don't remember what I did. Delete some of the end. I think maybe I need to select parts of that. It doesn't seem like it's doing anything. Sounds so bad. What are we doing? Making a spank sound effect. Maybe I need to select some of the white noise area. Well, it kind of worked. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. You played that right at the same time. Yeah, it's I don't know, that it doesn't reverb very well unless I choose like one of the crazy ones, but then I don't think it sounds very good. I could normalize it. You're right. Do we want a larger decay factor or a smaller decay factor? Not horrible, actually. How do we feel about that? And then add some reverb? Okay. It sounds too. It just sounds tinny. I don't know how I feel about that. Because I don't like the way the cathedral sounds, but then you have like the church hall or the large room, but they don't really provide much anyway. It doesn't sound good. I think just the... I don't know. I'm going back just to the regular slap. It needs a whoosh. Alright, if you guys get a better sound effect for me, I can replace it. Let me at least make the reward for you guys. Do not use the reward yet, because it will not be working. Alright, let's copy it over. Transfer file. Mac. Send. Channel points. Can I duplicate these? No. Smack. Command group. Action. Sound. Play sound. Where's my documents? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna start it at a really, really low volume to see. That's pretty good. Okay, it should now be working. You want your I told you not to use it. No refunds. There you go. You now have a smack. You can do smack, fart, smack, and I'm gonna come. Pick your poison. The world is your oyster. Lick the oyster. I like it. Jesus Christ. The stupidest fucking sound effects. I gotta make these more expensive. You guys get so many channel points to harass me with farts and
I'm gonna come.
that. I hate it. Oh, fuck. They didn't stack properly. I still don't hate this either. I don't know, but I'm glad that we did something with math at least. It would be cool to look into making something like ASCII Minesweeper, but these are just... could get nasty. Seen old meme videos are called Atomic Sneeze? I don't know. Have you seen Chocolate Rain? Ooh. Okay, security levels for hacks. This level is hidden unless the device is queried. Lower levels will have more vulnerabilities, while higher levels will have fewer. I know this was the original plan. Do we still want to do... We'll have more vulnerabilities. Yeah, links are allowed. I don't block links. Vanilla Snow. Where's Tazon Day now? How old is Tazon Day? Look at this man. He's 43. He doesn't have a... Not married? Kind of crazy. What is this? Oh, Russian sneeze?
Achoo!
Achoo.
Achoo! Achoo!
Pretty good. That was pretty good. Unless you're in Ohio, then 30 is the new 50. Ohio is... I think Ohio is still more interesting than Iowa. I'm gonna be real. I grew up in Wisconsin. I've been to Iowa. I've been to Ohio. Ohio, I still think has better landscape than Iowa. They're pretty similar, though. Pretty similar. Security suspicious that meter will automatically raise alarms if filled. Yeah, the whole like vulnerabilities aspect. I think we could say like vulnerabilities right now are broken into either unsecured port or password. The problem is I can't think of any others beyond that we could make mini games of. Because you either find the password to hack in through that, or you find a port and hack in through there. Where do I go from there? Of course I can think of other things that you could... Maybe vulnerabilities just is not the right word that we should use here. It makes sense, but not with our current minigame setup. Unless we specifically define vulnerabilities to just mean the minigames that you can use to hack it. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, we'll land the corn sweat. Yeah, it's pretty much all it is. If you ever go on Google Earth. Ooh. To me, I think that with Ohio you at least have a little bit more hills, especially in probably the southeastern area. And you have some nice hills here. But Iowa's almost just entirely flat. Like, look at this. This is all just, these are just farms. Everywhere you see a little square, a little pixel, you zoom in, it's just farms. Soybeans, corn. And that's literally the entire thing. I mean, maybe you have some hills down here, so it's not too horrible. But that's definitely a lot less green than you would have over here. Southeast Ohio at least has some decent camping and some fun roads to hit on the bike. I vacation there a few times. It does sound nice. You think this is bad? Go to the Corn Belt. Like, oh my god, what, there's no grass here? Well, yes and no. There's farms here. It's pretty impressive, actually, just how much farmland the US has. See some fun down in Dodgeville. Yeah, Dodgeville's nice. I lived in southeastern Wisconsin. Northern Wisconsin is fucking beautiful. Especially if you get up to, like, Door County. Get up here in the peninsula, it's pretty awesome. Great hunting up here too. Beautiful forests. I like the ocean ass crack the most. You're from Savannah, Georgia. Very nice. How you doing, my pixie? I've been down to Atlanta. Only on a train ride, though. I was on a train ride to New Orleans from Chicago. My condolences. We lived in Manitowoc. Well, that's cool. I live down around Waukesha. Like 15 minutes from Waukesha. You would know where that is. Actually, you might know me in real life. Some of you I know me in real life, so you would know where I grew up. But I don't know who. Yeah, using the term vulnerabilities I think just doesn't fit with what our current setup is. Lower levels will have easier hacking minigames. Well, higher levels will have harder ones. Oh, you're a Uber. I went up Iron County, Wisconsin, if you know where that is, to hunt a few years. Really nice. Perfectly quiet in the wintertime. You're sitting there in your deer stand. Something nice about that. See, I'm still just not sure about how we choose which minigame is going to be there. I mean, we could just randomly choose. We don't even have to worry about that right now. Who cares? That's a future thing. Okay, let's go with references. Reference in this case. We don't even have multiple. Sent a whooshy slappy to random in Discord. And one without the reverb as well. How loud is it? Let me take a look after the stream today, and then we can I can fix it up. Because I gotta get this finished and then sent to Cuthbert. Oh, you work for the DNR. Oh, that was cool. I've always thought it'd be pretty fun to become like a ranger. If game dev doesn't work out, I'm just gonna become a fucking ranger. Drive around, talk to campers and hunters, and enjoy the wildlife a bit. All I had to do was mow grass and occasionally beat campers with a mag light. Nice. It's normalized. You know what else is normalized, Frades? Violence. Extremism. I don't know where that came from. Thinking about numbers too much today. Brute forcing passwords, database vulnerability, finding vulnerable port, tracing data through ports. We have mastermind, we have a custom stepping puzzle along with some math built on binary, and then some hex sets of data that you have to do some pattern recognition and then decryption for, although I didn't include the decryption when decrypted using the console. Cool. I need to ungroup these. It's kind of pissing me off. All right, that's better. Yeah, I like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. I will send these over to Cusper and we'll see what he thinks about these. And if I'm thinking in the right direction or if he has any idea to make these better. I should include the goals of these though. Hacking should take about 2 minutes average. Players shouldn't have to hack more than about a dozen times per level. Device network security should try to push back against the player if they raise too much suspicion on the device network. I will just not... I'm gonna get rid of this aspect. If the player enters wrong commands during the mini games, this raises a suspicion meter. Once full, the network device will push the player out and alert security. That's fine. Sequence repeat memory game. I was thinking about memory game, but the thing is you have like a console, so you would be able to look at your history. There's ways that we could do it, of course. But we'll start with these. And then we'll like think for a couple days. We can come back to it on Wednesday, on Thursday, because Tuesday and Wednesday we're going to be doing Steam Next Fest games. I don't think Next Fest has started yet. If I'm not mistaken, that will start tomorrow. So we'll jump into that. But then Thursday and Friday, we're going to get back to it. And I do like the idea of fishing, but we'll save that for... It's like, it's a little bit separate than hacking. It's a way to obtain the password without having to hack and obtain it. So it's a little bit different. Those are the two craziest songs to go between, by the way. I wasn't prepared for that. No, not fishing with an F. Fishing with a PH. Two very different methods of fishing. I like them both. We only want one of those in this game. You want fishing with an F, you can go play Colden Chronicles. Do they? Do they what? I'm just gonna put all my notes in here. I'm very disorganized. Yeah, we don't need those anymore. Fishing and fishing, do they differ so much? You just look for a stupid fish that will take a bait? I guess in that way they don't differ too much, do they? Is it also hacking if you talk to a call center in Bangladesh? Yes. No. Maybe. Decipher what I mean about that. Good luck. Oh my god, I have so many windows open. Well, that was good. We made some good progress today. Let's send this over to... That's better. Take a look at the 4 mini games I made and let me know what you think about their design. Beautiful. I have sent it. In which case, I'm kind of done for today. I got nothing else I can jump into. And then tomorrow we're going to be doing some Steam Next Fest, as well as Wednesday. I think that there will be a lot more games that we would want to try than we will get to, but we'll try to be efficient with our time tomorrow and play like one game an hour or 2 hours maximum if it's really fun. I don't know when it will start. It might start around noon. Actually, when would it start? Let me look it up. Steam event times. Oh, the summer sale starts on the 26th. Steam Next Fest, June 9th through 16th. The problem is, what time do those start? Because if it's noon Central European Standard Time, that wouldn't be until like 7 p.m. for me. Which of course would not make tomorrow the day to start it. What time does Next Fest start? But what time? $10 a.m. PST, 6 p.m. GMT. Yeah, so if it starts then, tomorrow actually wouldn't be a good day to do that. And we should then schedule that for Wednesday and Thursday. That might be better to do. Fuck off. In which case we'll do more development tomorrow. Fuck. More mini games tomorrow. Well, you know what? Maybe we can start implementing the command line tomorrow. And the only thing we'll do is work on the hacking mini games part of it, and not the like the network commands or anything else. It'll just be the hacking mini games. That sounds pretty good. I think I used to put in what I was working on. Yeah, I should do that again. You guys like that, right? Hacking minigame design. Hacking minigame implementation. Or we'll just say console implementation. Command line console implementation. That will likely take us 2 days, depending on what we have going wrong with that. So that way we'll do that Tuesday and Friday with an aim to have it done by the end of the week. We really need to jump into the NPC, the AI. But it's a big amount of work, and I don't think we have enough devices. Maybe we need a level before. No, we don't. I'll think about it. There's a lot of big things to jump into in the game, and I'm not sure what to do yet. So I'll talk about that with Cuthbert. Okay, so that's at least the plan for the week. And then beyond that too, I don't know when Death Stranding 2 comes out on the 26th. I don't think there's been like a release time announced yet. Has there been a release time announced for Death Stranding 2 yet? We'll let it scour, because maybe it's been announced, maybe not. I cannot remember. So I'm trying to finish up Death Stranding 1 on my own time, and then Death Stranding 2 we can jump into. That'll be on the PS5, so I will bring in my PS5 and play it. I do not have a Pro version. Sorry, it's not going to look and run as great as I wish it probably would, but I don't have the money to buy a Pro, so this is all I got. But that should be fun, because I got a capture card and a separate streaming PC, so it should be really easy to get working. No exact times are given. Usually what it's finding. Notes pre-orders started. Well, that's when pre-orders started. No specific time is being listed yet. So worst case, it will like come out at midnight, and then we'll just push it to Friday and start it on Friday. And I might come in to stream on the weekends. Not for maybe the full day, but for a good portion of it. Engine has no runtime implementation of a local space for static geometry. What do you... Wait, what? They're using the same engines before, right? The Guerrilla Games one? The Decima engine, I think it is? So what do you mean? The engine has no runtime implementation of a local space for static geometry. What do you mean by that? Does everything just work off of world coordinates? Everything's baked down to world space? How do you know that? How did you learn that? Was there like a design choice that they did for this? Yeah, no specific release time, okay. With early access on June 24th. The game's pretty expensive. I don't think I'm gonna buy early access. I hate to say it, unless somebody tipped me some money, but I can't assume that anybody would be willing to do that. $389, dude. It's so expensive. $100. I could eat for a month off of that. They build prefabs that in editor have local space, but they deliberately remove that transfer when building the runtime level. Does that make it more optimized or something? Because then they only have one set of coordinates to worry about? You harass one of their tool designers at least once a month. I would love to talk to them. I've been loving Death Stranding. If you guys have never played Death Stranding, by the way, I 100% recommend it. It is... I have some problems with the game's design, but overall, it is a very positive feeling about the game, and it's extremely memorable. And I think that ultimately that's... It's very cinematic and it's very memorable. And it's really enjoyable so far. I don't know how far I am away from the end though. But it is a good game. I remember it being quite divisive at launch because a lot of people were just like, this is Amazon delivery simulator, right? Or UPS simulator. And I think that on the surface it does look like that. But man, does Kojima know how to build systems. I think that it is less dynamic than like Metal Gear Solid. Especially like Phantom Pain. I love Phantom Pain. I think this is one of the best stealth action games ever made. It feels less dynamic than Metal Gear, but it is still extremely dynamic and very interesting. The Guerrilla devs are very chatty about their engine, the same way Remedy is chatty about Northlight. It's part of their market posture. I would love to see it. Like, if I ever get the chance to just see how people are working on, like, Decima engine, I'd love to see it. Just out of, you know, like, professional curiosity. And what some of the tools look like for designers. It is a very visually impressive engine and it runs very well. They have so many cameos in this game too. I saw Conan O'Brien has a cameo in Death Stranding that I was not expecting. Talk to Robin Yan Storm about it. He's good people. Robin Yan Storm. I'll have to remember that. I wonder if I can meet up with him at like oh, I see he has a picture at like GDC. If I ever get out to one of those and I see him attending there too, I'll try to meet up with him. Especially as a tool designer. I think we would have a lot to talk about. Alright guys, I will get going. I'm gonna go cry about having to spend all this money on Death Stranding 2, but I'm hoping that it'll be good and seeing how it will expand upon the base idea. That's cool. That statue would be really cool to have. But either way, I'm gonna get going. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for helping me with designing some of those mini games today. It's pretty complex. I've never really designed mini games like this before, so that was pretty fun. Kind of mind-melting though. But tomorrow we will work on the implementation of that, and then on Wednesday and Thursday we can jump into Steam Next Fest demos, finish up the implementation of those mini games on Friday, since I think it will take me 2 days at least, depending on their complexity. And then Monday, I'll think about what we want to do over the weekend or the week after. But yeah, it was very nice meeting a lot of you. Thank you again for all the follows today. Ichiart, Fluffy Panda, Chandu, Hypnotic Games, and Hypnotic Games. Thanks for the raid again. If anybody's still there from that raid, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Div Union, thank you for the raid as well, or for the follow. Ghost Lupo, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe. Stay sane. Peace. Don't pay for $90 games. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it when you can go get Expedition 33 for like, what is it, 40 bucks? You can get Schedule 1 for 20 bucks. What are you doing? Go buy some cheap games. And see you guys. Peace. Bye-bye.